still blows me away. The body on Sean Penn is amazing. I don't remember. She's 30 years old.
His Deltoids are going to get Best Supporting Actor nomination.
There you go. That's right. And he's got some biceps that are insane.
Yes.
Sounds like a bromance.
Oh, you're fine.
Yeah.
Really?
Well, Sean Penn started on his phone.
Always appreciated. I think we should repeat it. I've always appreciated Sean Penn. He has to be one of the most, if not the most, underrated actors. And I think he has 2 Academy Awards.
Only 2. He's definitely at the top of the list for a third.
And he paid his time when he was married to McDonald's. He did his time.
Yes, true.
Yeah, I discussed this on the way home. It's almost it's a one or at best 2-dimensional character, but he just crushed it with his performance. There's so much in the film, Steve. You gotta take it really.
I gotta watch it again. I'll probably have to watch it 3 times.
Yeah, well, to me, I found it rewarded repeated viewing. And I also recommend Sinister to you if you haven't seen it. I think
I have not seen, but I've heard about it. Yeah, I've heard about it.
Yeah, it's a vampire film.
And of course, I absolutely loved Deliver Me from Nowhere, the Springsteen biopic.
You know, that's on my list. I haven't seen it yet. You loved it.
Yeah, I don't, and I was expecting a lot, and I loved it. Now, to come perfectly clean, I used to be, when I was much younger, a Springsteen nut, so I have a bias. But on the other hand, that could have been the reason for me to have a letdown on the movie, and I was very impressed with the movie. I liked it very much.
Springsteen is one of modern time's great artists, Steve. I think it's to adore him, I think is appropriate. Can you tell us what you liked about the film? Is it a portrait of an artist, or is it something different?
It's something that you wouldn't expect, and Paul is new on stage. We'll get to Paul in a moment.
Good. And I'm going to look forward to that.
It takes place right after his last show on the River Tour. That's where the film starts. Right after the last show on the River Tour, and shows how he went pretty much into seclusion and started making Nebraska. And in the process of making Nebraska, and this I didn't know, in the process of making Nebraska, he also laid down tracks for Born in the USA. But essentially, it's a film about someone, Bruce Springsteen, who is on the verge of worldwide stardom, but deathly afraid that if and when he gets there, he's going to lose his roots of where he came from. But what I would really encourage you, Norm, if you have any other Springsteen fans, and it's on Netflix, if you haven't seen Springsteen on Broadway, which I watched, that is, I love that. Springsteen on Broadway. That's basically, they they videoed one or more of his shows on Broadway about eight years ago, and I thought that was amazing. And I absolutely love that. I encourage all of you to watch that.
That was excellent.
Yeah.
Can I ask a quick question of Norm?
Yeah, sure you can.
Is it good to hear what movie he was talking about that he saw 3 times, because I was getting audio.
One something after another.
One Battle After Another by Paul Thomas Anderson, starring DiCaprio and Sean Penn.
Okay, thank you.
As antagonists, which, there's a parallel there to the movie Heat, in which their antagonists are reward for that's De Niro and Pacino, who only and they only have one brief but very intense encounter.
No, they actually have 2.
Is it 2? I remember the cafe scene.
Well, at the very end of the movie, I won't remember one brief encounter is for like about 10 minutes.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
Yes. on stage, hour number 2 if you want. And if you're in the audience, please come on up. We love new speakers. Paul, good morning. Welcome back to the show. What would you like to talk about? Yes, absolutely we can. Sure. Yeah, yes, we can. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. So if anybody on stage would like to contribute, besides please just unmute and say your first name. Yes, Norman.
James here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, please. Hey. Good morning. Good morning, Dave.
Both those movies were awesome. Sinners and One Battle After Another. Both really excellent movies. And Sinners had some great music in it. A lot of really excellent jazz.
Tell us about Sinners.
Sinners is like Norm said. It's a black cultural movie and vampire-ish. And I don't want to give too much away, but a lot of really good music and really good cinematography, great acting, and just one of those good movies that you really enjoy.
Who's in it? Anybody we know?
Oh, you know what? I'm not good at calling out actors, but I forget the dude's name. But there are some good actors in it. Yes.
Thank you. Anybody else on the Mod Squad like to contribute at this time? Okay. Let's see if I can get a morning flip up. I think I can. Now again, this movie is like, what, 25 years old, so I'm really not spoiling anything.
The main guy is Michael B. Jordan. Sorry, his name escaped me.
Oh, okay.
Really well known. Yeah.
Michael Jordan. Cool. So let's see if we got this good here. I think we do. Okay, so from Heat.
There's no false. In the hole for 3. McNeil before that. McNeil was tough as they say. You were going to be able to. Now some Cruise guys just looking to fuck up, get busted back. That you must have worked some dipshit crews. I worked all kinds. You see me doing throat secret liquor store holdups where we're going to lose that tool in chest? No, I do not. Right. I am never going back. They don't take down scores. I do what I do best. I take scores. You do what you do best. Trying to stop guys like me. So you never wanted a regular type of life. The fuck is that? Barbecues and bowl games? Yeah. This regular type of life that you own? My life? No, my life. No, my life's a disaster zone. I got a stepdaughter so fucked up because her real father's this large type asshole. I got a wife. We're passing each other on the downslope of a marriage, my third. Because I spend all my time chasing guys like you around the block. That's my life. Guy told me one time, don't let yourself get attached to anything. You are not willing to walk out on 30 seconds flat if you feel the heat around the corner. Now, if you're on me, what do you want? So then if you spot me coming around that corner, just gonna walk out on this room. Not say goodbye. That's the discipline. That's pretty big. It is what it is. It's that we both better go do something else about. I don't know how to do anything else. Neither do I. I don't much want to either. Neither do I. You know, I have this recurring dream. I'm sitting at this big banquet table, and all the victims of all the murders I ever worked are sitting at this table, and they're staring at me with these black eyeballs because they had equal languages from the head wounds. And everybody's big balloon people because I found them 2 weeks after they'd been under the bed. The neighbors reported the smell. And there they are, all of them just sitting there. What do they say? Nothing. Don't. Just, they don't have anything to say. They just look at each other. They look at me. And that's it. That's it. I have one where I'm drowning. And I gotta wake myself up and stop breathing or I'll die in my sleep. You know what that's about? Yeah. Have enough time. Enough time to do what you want to do. That's right. You're doing it now. Not yet. You know, we're sitting here. You and I are like a couple of regular fellows. You do what you do. I do what I gotta do. And now that we've been face to face, if I'm there, I gotta put you away. I won't like it. But I'll tell you. If it's between you and some poor bastard whose wife you're gonna turn into a widow, brother, you are going down.
From the movie Heat with Al Pacino and Robert De Niro, I call it the coffee shop scene.
It is the best 6 or 7 minutes, however long that clip was. And for me, in cinematic history, the two amazing actors sitting across the table. The
And they
music,
ad-libbed a lot of that scene.
the music when they're in the bar, the music driving to the diner was just haunting. That whole 10 minutes was just phenomenal. Thanks for playing that. Just,
The pleasure is mine. And, I know a lot of people don't like me playing like these 4 or 5 minute clips. A lot of people don't like to hear other people talking. But guess what? There's a cure for that. Be bold, brave, courageous. Come on stage and take advantage of your fresh vibe. Because more of you means less clips. More of you means less of other people. Let's say hello to Matt. Matt, newly married Matt. How are you, newly married Matt?
I'm doing pretty well. How's it going, Steve?
It's going great. Did you want to bless us maybe in a half hour or something with a financial report?
Sure.
Happy to. That would be great. How much time do you need?
Bottom of the hour or top of the next hour would be fine.
Yeah, well, let's go bottom of the hour because the top of the next hour is theoretically like in 5-10 minutes. Did you want to do it then?
It's already been an hour.
We'll do the bottom. We'll do the bottom of the hour. The bottom of the hour sounds great. Absolutely. And speaking of that, that's pretty much 1 hour in the tank.
Sorry to interrupt, but
No, please.
I got a message from Alfonso via our chat that one of the mods has Alfonso blocked. What the hell?
Does one of the mods have Alfonso blocked?
He put in our chat asking.
Yeah, I just saw that message too. I certainly don't have Alfonso.
Yeah.
Kid, do you know how to give you a personal text invite?
I don't think it's me. I'll make a look. I'll make sure it's.
Yeah.
I find it wow that Alfonso is not one to block. You know what I'm saying?
if you gotta be beef with Alfonso, you gotta check your identity.
Yeah. Right.
You know, like who has a beef with that guy?
Yeah, I mean, look up title all the way.
And Steve, giving it a personal invite doesn't help. If a mod, so you can just click on the link in the text chat that gets him right to the room. But if he's actually blocked by a mod, he can't get in. So yeah.
That's weird. Well, okay, everybody, check your block list.
I was blocked by somebody who was too cowardly to admit.
No one will have you blocked. It was possible you just didn't see it in the hallway, Norm.
No, I was blocked. I clicked on the link. You were incorrect, sir.
All right. Tell you what, Norm. Why don't you send me a back channel
I did.
of who had you blocked?
How would I know?
Exactly who?
They were cowardly to admit.
No. Just send me a back channel.
I don't know who it is, Steve.
Well, then you don't know that someone had you blocked then.
Yes, I do, because I couldn't get in until you made me an
Okay, well, that makes no sense. Okay, but go ahead, go on mute. No, it doesn't. Go ahead and go on mute. My mod squad does not lie to me. Norm, go on mute, please. Norm, go on mute, please. Please go on mute. My mod squad does not lie to me. Lying is unacceptable for being on the mod squad. You do not lie to me. When my mod squad said nobody had him blocked, nobody had him blocked. Now,
yeah, at the time, who was the mods on stage? It was you, Scott, Violet, and myself.
yeah, it was just the four of us. No, Norm, go on mute. It's the third time
The interruptions from the audience members need to stop, regardless of who they may be. The disrespect to the rules and regulations of your room, Steve, is not cool, bro.
Oh, I don't mind that. What I would suggest, if anybody doesn't like my room, please come on.
No, I said the disrespect to.
Oh,
I'll reiterate, right?
yes.
The blatant disrespect to certain individuals who are in the audience as members of participating in your room/show, disrespect your rules and regulations is blatantly disrespectful, and that needs to stop. And there we go again, coming off mute. There we go again. So, yeah, problem.
What language are you trying to speak, JC? I don't even understand what you're trying.
Oh, my God.
There we go, Steve. Once again, more disrespect and they're personally attacking me.
Yeah,
You have a great day.
I've given him, oh, shoot. And there goes JCC. Oh, I'm glad you're still here, JCC, because I gave Norm a break. I gave him a break because I asked him 3 times.
Good. Fuck yeah. Good.
I gave him a break. We'll bring him back up in hour number 2.
Can Alfonso get in?
I will give Alfonso a personal invite during the break song.
Yeah, let's make sure we do that.
Does that get around a block? If someone.
I don't.
He's not blocked, so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't think this is a blocking issue. I truly think this is a clubhouse issue, unless it's a non-mod that's blocking him. And again, it's a clubhouse issue. My mods do not lie to me.
Yeah, the non-mod couldn't prevent somebody getting into the room.
Unless it's a clubhouse issue.
It could be a club.
I had a glitch.
Yeah, I had some bad glitches yesterday. I was having to reset a couple times in other rooms.
I mean, look, we know people block Norm, but who the hell blocks Alfonso? Nobody. So I personally think it's a glitch. And when you say when you make a claim that one of the mods are blocking, you find which one. Well, I don't know. Well, then I don't think one of the mods are blocking you because one of the mods would tell me. We resolved this issue, this blocking issue, months ago, 6 months ago, 5 months ago. We resolved this issue. I'm not going to deal with how or why. You can send me a back channel and I'll discuss it off the air. But we resolved this blocking issue. We used to have a mod squatter that was not only blocking individuals that regularly come on the show, but blocking everybody that followed them. He was literally blocking hundreds, if not thousands of people, and that I can't stand. So I personally think it's a clubhouse glitch, unless you can point the exact mod that is not only blocking you, but that is lying to me. Mods, yes, yeah, and my block list, with the exception of like half a dozen, is John Kitover's 56 different profiles. Other than that, I had 6 people blocked, and believe me, please stick around. That being said, 1 hour in the tank, 2 hours left. Don't go away. We'll be right back because there clearly is darkness on the edge of town. I'll send Alfonso a personal invite.
Yeah, but I don't live in New York. I live in Philadelphia. But I will say this: on a grander scale, right? Let's take the U.S.-China relationships, right? We're going to put that in the category of getting some shit done or doing some shit, right? Right? You know that Japan, right? They don't fuck with China when it comes to the United States. You know who Japan?
That bitch.
No, yes.
Okay, sorry.
I can't believe you said. This is my reading. I think that you should approach your wife and you should sow seeds, and whatever seeds you sow, and that is the seeds of kindness, that she'll grow an abundance of fruit which you can harvest by you appreciating you. So you don't have to worry about, getting it on, trying to get it on with it, because you know.
Get it on.
Well, many people agree that it's like you can just take what you want from her. Like your wife's consent doesn't mean anything.
Oh, is that how you see it? I'm just seeing it as get Jay with it.
Why are you still awake? I know you haven't slept.
Fucking slept. And I slept with Andrew in that room. I know how bad it sounded.
Well, how was he?
My God, losing his shit yesterday.
You slept with him?
He was losing his shit yesterday.
He was completely on tilt from talking about what's the guy for you.
He was losing his shit. Hamza and Yasser. He was.
When you were saying about the
He
anal
could have
sex,
dissected it a little more. Say that again?
with the gay sex, that's what really was getting him.
Yeah.
I think he is gay.
I don't know. You think so?
Yeah, he was getting really wound up. Then he started doing the imitation of the voice and all that shit.
That was really racist. Does he do the same in Chilism? I've seen him speak in Ebonics in Chilism. I was scandalized once.
Yeah,
I watched it one time. The only white face on stage who was like freaking speaking in Ebonics.
why did you know some stuff, daughters?
He just got up.
Oh, you need to get nails right for you.
His allergies to them. But in true colors, baby, I love you.
Oh, it's snowing. I guess it's gonna snow until
Lucky. It's 71 and sunny San Diego, like every single day.
Andrew was arguing with this idea that, like, he's like, everything is conscious. Which I've heard this before.
So many times.
Yeah.
Fucking that everything in the universe is connected. Blah blah. I mean, how fucking old is this?
But there's like this interesting part that the consciousness is like a diminishing as it is distant from sort of a source. So to say a rock is conscious is like it's not thinking of consciousness on a gradient of, a degree to which something is conscious. I think that's what he was kind of didn't understand. That a rock is going to be a different type of conscious of a different degree than a person or the intellect, the universal intellect.
Exactly. One time he argued like divine simplicity 3 hours with me, and what he took from it was Nargis worships a shoe. Quite literally, he said that. 3 hours back and forth. Fuck.
You say a rock is conscious.
A rock.
Oh,
You're an atheist. You're an atheist. Your God has no will. He's not a person. He's not a... This is the argument that God cannot be a woman. Did you hear that one when he had that room where he's like, it's just wrong. It just sounds so. It's so wrong.
Yeah, he hates women. He just wants to be around men, I think.
I think he's like preparing to be a pastor maybe, or like a priest of some sort. That's what I
You don't think he's gay?
doesn't sound gay.
He doesn't sound gay to you? Have you ever heard him speaking about a woman in any way?
No.
Have you ever... He even said stuff like homosexuals should be stoned
Yeah.
according to God's law.
Yeah, I'm sorry, he's gay. I didn't take it that far.
You know, don't just agree with me to agree with
I didn't
me.
take it that far. Yeah, it's self-hate.
It's self-hatred.
Yeah.
He wants the D.
He's gay. He's so gay. I don't know. I've not got gay vibes from him, to be honest. Either I got like hetero vibes. Maybe asexual.
I guess you could say that. That'd be fair to say. Maybe he's just very modest.
Yeah, I think he's virtuous. Yeah, he's virtuous.
It could be that.
Yeah. Like one time, there was this chick, I don't know if you know her, with a high-pitched voice. Kind of like, I think she's not well. Poor thing. But she like sexualizes people. She's like, hey, Andrew. I think she's Indian maybe, or Pakistani. Hey, baby. One time he was like, hey, baby. And he went on with the conversation. He didn't know her. It just kept on going. Hey, Andrew.
Did Andrew hit on her? Or?
He just, and she was like, hey, babe. He was like, hey, baby. And he was like, hey, baby. All right, let's go on with the conversation.
Sometimes I rethink that. You don't give me a thumb. What have I heard?
Yeah, that's right.
For 60s.
The fuck, man? How'd you come up with this account?
Thugger, how are you? Greetings. How good of you to join us.
Indeed.
Thugger. Alright, babe.
Actually, I have a request. I have a request for this guy if he wants to read something. And if he, and you know, I think he should. No, not you.
What is your request, Megatron?
My request from you is going to be Ezekiel chapter 1.
Do you feel in charge?
Why?
He's requesting. Megatron. He's requesting you, John.
Boy, please.
This is your ally.
But you merely adopted the dark. I was born in it, molded by it. I didn't see the light until I was already left. Oh my God, here we go. All right, what was it? Ezekiel what?
Chapter 1.
Really? You just want me to read from the first chapter?
Just it's the first chapter, yeah. You probably haven't read this in a while. Who knows?
Okay, it's been a long time. Okay, here we go. Ezekiel 1, everybody. This is your morning meditation in the Bible and Quran room. This is Ezekiel 1. In my 30th year,
No, you're supposed to read this thing. Yeah, read it regularly. Read it regularly. We love you, Brandon.
I am reading it. While I was among the exiles by the Kitover River, the heavens were opened, and I saw visions of God. On the 5th month, it was the 5th year of the exile of King Jehoiakim. The word of the Lord came to Ezekiel the priest, the son of Buzi, by the Kitover River in the land of the Babylonians. There the hand of the Lord was on him. I looked, and I saw a windstorm coming out of the north, and an immense cloud with flashing lightning surrounded by brilliant light. The center of the fire looked like glowing metal, and in the fire was what looked like 4 living creatures. In appearance, their form was human, but each of them had 4 faces, 4 wings. Their legs were straight, their feet were like those of a calf, and gleamed like burnished bronze. Under their wings, on their 4 sides, they had human hands. All 4 of them had faces and wings, and the wings of one touched the wings of another. Each one went straight ahead. They did not turn as they moved. Their faces looked like this. Each of the 4 had the face of a human being, and on the right side, each had the face of a lion, and on the left, the face of an ox. Each also had the face of an eagle. Such were their faces. They each had 2 wings spreading out upward, each wing touching that of the creature on either side, and each had 2 other wings covering its body. Each one went straight ahead. Wherever the spirit would go, they would go, without turning as they went. The appearance of the living creatures was like burning coals of fire, like torches. Fire moved back and forth among the creatures. It was bright, and lightning flashed out of it. The creatures sped back and forth like flashes of lightning. As I looked at the living creatures, I saw a wheel on the ground beside each creature with its 4 faces. This was the appearance and structure of the wheels. They sparkled like topaz, and all 4 looked alike, each appearance to be made like a wheel intersecting a wheel. As they moved, they would go in any one of the 4 directions the creatures faced. The wheels did not change direction as the creatures went. The rims were high and awesome, and all 4 rims were full of eyes all around. You want me to keep going? When the living creatures moved, the wheels beside them moved, and when the living creatures rose from the ground, the wheels also rose. Wherever the spirit would go, they would go. The wheels would rise along with them, because the spirit of the living creatures was in the wheels. When the creatures moved, they also moved. When the creatures stood still, they also stood still. And when the creatures rose from the ground, the wheels rose along with them, because the spirit of the living creatures was in the wheels. Far out, man. Spread out above the heads of the living creatures was what looked something like a vault, sparkling like crystal and awesome. Under the vault, their wings were stretched out one toward the other, and each had 2 wings covering its body. When the creature moved, I heard the sound of their wings, like the roar of rushing waters, like the voice of the Almighty, like the tumult of an army. When they stood still, they lowered their wings. Then there came a voice from above the vault, above their heads as they stood with lowered wings. Above the vault, over their heads, was what looked like a throne of lapis lazuli, and high above, on the throne, was a figure like that of a man. I saw that from what appeared to be his waist up, he looked like glowing metal, as if full of fire. That from there down, he looked like fire, and brilliant light surrounded him, like the appearance of a rainbow. Ooh! In the clouds on a rainy day.
So was the radiance around him. This was the appearance of the likeness of the glory of the Lord. When I saw it, I fell face down, and I heard the voice of one speaking.
How hard was that for you, John Kitover, to read that normally? You could tell you
Anything, right?
breaking
And
and breaking.
you know what's so crazy? They're like, where does it say that God is a man? Right? Where does it say that God is a man?
Where does it say he's a man?
That's actually describing the universe card in the tarot. I'll change my PTR, but that imagery of the eagle, the lion, the ox, and then the fourth object or the fourth, it's the image of God. So that to me is like somebody tripping, probably on shrooms, smoking weed, drinking wine, and writing a far out poetry, just like Revelation, which is what you and I can do as well, and we can make it even more fantastic. So you got to realize that when they wrote it down, people would read it to each other just in the same way that we would. So this was our content and our entertainment, and there's a mystical treatise in there which is esoteric. But the whole thing is for entertainment. I don't know how much peace of mind the first Ezekiel gives you, but it should at least entertain you, and I think that's probably the purpose of it.
The rainbow's definitely mushrooms. Has to be shrooms. It's gotta be white.
Yeah, Tim, doesn't in the Bible say not to depict God? Say not to depict God as an animal? And then didn't it have this sort of contradiction here?
I'm trying to think back of my old Bible study days. It just sort of generally forbids to anthropomorphize God in any way, I think.
God was definitely anthropomorphized here in Ezekiel 1. By the end, they're saying that they saw a man. And then shortly after, explaining this is the glory of God. This is the manifestation of God. So it is kind of, I don't know, it's like either they're playing with the words. I can show you the verse where it says not to depict God as as an animal or creature like that. But this is a vision. It's a vision. Right? Like in Zechariah 5.
Yeah, it's definitely a vision. It starts out saying that he has a vision of the heavens, right? Like that's the beginning of the verse.
Yeah.
So it's definitely. Most of these sort of fantastical things come in the form of visions. I don't think most people would believe, like, if they said something other than a vision, they'd be like, well, what are you talking about? That didn't happen. Because it has to be, like, sort of almost definitionally, it has to be a vision.
So it's not so much that it's perfect, right? And Blaine, you got Zechariah 5 on cue there. Zechariah 5.
Let me just say that Ezekiel's also known as Chaldeans, and there's what's called the Chaldean oracles. And the last sentence of this says that in Ezekiel, when I saw it, I fell face down, and I heard the voice of one. So the one God, or the voice of one, that's you. And, what do you want me to read? Zechariah what?
Chapter 5.
I was named after Zechariah.
Chapter 5. Yeah, sorry, Tim. This is also a good one in the vision because here it depicts women as angels. But not angels, but wings like a stork. So it's a vision. You can't say that women are angels, or can you if it's a vision? I don't know. Another contradiction here.
Some contradiction is incoherence.
Well, the point of the contradiction, or pointing out a contradiction, is that there's a deeper message, right, that you can't see initially. So that's the reason why, like, the rabbis like having these conversations about the Old Testament. they have these arguments, they go back and forth.
I think tarot is what reveals what all this messaging is in Revelation, because it's all Kabbalah. John, Jesus, all of them were Kabbalist interpreters or esoteric Kabbalists. But anyways, this is Zechariah 5, the flying scroll. I looked again, and there before me was a flying scroll. He asked me, "What do you see?" I answered, "I see a flying scroll, 20 cubits long and 10 cubits wide." And he said to me, "This is the curse that is going out over the whole land. For according to what it says on one side, every thief will be banished, and according to what it says on the other, everyone who swears falsely will be banished. The Lord Almighty declares, I will send it out, and it will enter the clubhouse of the thief, the house of the thief, and the house of anyone who swears falsely by my name. It will remain in that house and destroy it completely, both its timbers and its stone."
Okay, now the next one.
The woman in a basket. Then the angel who was speaking to me came forward and said to me, "Look up and see what is appearing." I asked, "What is it?" He replied, "It is a basket." And he added, "This is the iniquity of the people throughout the land." Then the cover of lead was raised, and there in the basket sat a woman. He said, "This is wickedness." And he pushed it back into the basket and pushed its lead cover down on it. Then I looked up, and there before me were two women, and with the wind in the wings. They had wings like those of a stork. And they lifted up the basket between heaven and earth. "Where are they taking the basket?" I asked. The angel who was speaking to me, he replied, "To the country of Babylonia, to build a house for it. When the house is ready, the basket will be
set, will be placed. Yes, very good. So, what's wonderful about this translation, this is like one of the main stories I go to, like when I read a different Bible translation, because the basket, it changes names, right? Like, sometimes like a weighing thing, or like knowing how much portion, so they're called different names. Pretty interesting. And the way they use the word Babylon, some of them have different understanding of what Babylon is. So it's like one of those, it's one of those stories you can always go to right away. And from reading the NIV, you can tell the difference, the language they're using. It's one of my go-tos. Did you get tired of it? Tim's got an open mic.
Give me some real little nuggets.
Yeah, I'm liking it.
Tim is not my
Yeah.
That's enormous stuff.
Yeah.
Giving me some little nuggets. But to me, this is all related to Kabbalah. The 10 by 20, the 10 Sephiroth, Babylon, the iniquity within the basket. They're building a house for it.
John, I just want to say I really appreciate your sharing of wisdom. I really like that.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I don't have any personal wisdom. I'm a schmuck, but this fool knows how to read books, and because of that, I've enjoyed life.
Oh, fuck. That was Dean's voice. How'd you get that going? Fuck.
No, James, I'm a little bit like
Oh my God. John Kitover? How the fuck did you do that?
What, did I give you a tickle in your pickle?
So, when did Dean tell you that? So much of wisdom in your freaking preaching.
to say that at the end of the day, there is a secret way to get in touch with the divine. And I don't care what background you come from. I'm pretty sure if you came to the John Kitover, holographic simulator experiment room, and I were to give you the magic cocktail and told you to read these certain books, and then we recorded you reading it, and you were to re-listen to it, neuro-linguistically, it would be an extremely wonderful experience for you. And I think we could call that wonderful experience the presence of the one.
All it really is just neuronal brain imprinting from reading texts.
There's instructions in the divine will. So if you're neurolinguistically priming yourself, it's actually priming you for action to do things that you might not otherwise do because you didn't read the book. And basically it's for your betterment. It could be doing your laundry. It could be going to the park and working out. I'm just saying that it's up to you how you use it. But there's wisdom and instruction within the framework of these sacred texts for your betterment. So it is all personal development, self-development. You're building a temple in your brain and you're polishing the marble floors, and it's the artificer's construction, or it's your divine construction is what you're working.
Hey Toast, do you have any wisdom to share?
Then tell us something more.
Silence is golden. That's what Toast is doing. He's being a golden boy.
Thinking and end your problems is a very useful statement when you can't stop thinking, and it's holding you back from doing what you need to do. Zen has reminded me of that a few times. I put that in some of my music. I also pepper my music with Take the Deepest Breath of the Day and Hold It for 10 Seconds, which is a Kabbalistic reference.
Is that someone you hang out with, Dan?
Zen is a serial clown house recorder like me. We enjoy recording and mocking. I actually heard, I don't know if you know who Black is on this app, but he holds these really stupid rooms where he calls people stupid, similar to what I do. And yesterday, somebody was asking him,
Hey babe, stop gaslighting. I don't record. I just listen to your recordings. Come on, stop gaslighting.
Anyway, so this guy was getting gaslit, and he said, "Are you mocking me? Are you? Because I get the feeling you're mocking me." And I couldn't stop laughing because there's this scene in Rob Roy where the Marquis is saying, "I will not be mocked. I will not be mocked." Because he's worthy of mockery, and he knows that he got caught, and he's getting mocked, and then he comes back, he says, "I will not be mocked." It's such a royalist little bitch type attitude that some people have on this app, and they use that green bean to play the role of a moderator, but at the same time humiliate you and protect their own ego. So it's fun. That's why this app is so much better than television. It is television, but you're in it.
Which Dr. Jazzy is a prime example of that. Hello?
Oh, see, hello is a hypnosis term, because it's like saying no excuse. Hello? And it's, you're hearing it. You can't reject it unless it's you.
What?
Oh, focus your attention and concentration on me and be annoying at the same time. Hello?
Bro, come on, bro.
That's just for your air, boys.
That's fair enough, I guess.
Yes, bro.
Bro, come on, bro.
That's not the etymology of hello, but it's a good, it sounds good. I like what you said.
Hello.
Hello? Hello?
It refocuses you on the topic. Let's get back to the topic here. The Bible and the Quran using so much profanity. I was like, oh shit, Dad, you're right. Sorry. So what I'm saying, Hamza, is in your quest for personal development and glory, victory, and wealth, and women, and power, and love, all the greatest things in life, profanity won't get you there.
Oh, they taught me everything, though. That's the
Jerry
problem.
Seinfeld is the example of a wonderful Tommy Cochran who says, whatever you're working on, just keep trying to improve it. So
What about peanut plate? Like, what about, I don't care what Jerry Seinfeld's talking about, bro, to be honest. I got everything I've ever wanted from profanity. So, like, why do I give a fuck about profanity? Just because you're offended by it? Okay, I get offended by people saying hello, because I feel like that's a devilish term. Hello is just O in reverse, right?
I'm just saying that time is limited, and your words and the sounds you make really do determine your future. So
What Tom is like to say he's going to be burning in hell for a temporary amount of time.
Based. Right, and I don't even think I'll burn in hell for this shit either, to be honest. I don't care about fuck words, bro. They're just words, my dude. If they hurt you, you need a stronger backbone. It's not my responsibility to keep your...
Trying to keep 6 feet back on your communication.
I understand, but it just sounds like that's how you're judging people, right? And you shouldn't judge people on that kind of shit, because you can still tell...
Him now.
1 second. You can still tell that... No, I haven't judged him yet. I haven't said anything. I'm just saying on what he's judging about me. I'm only defending my own side.
Honestly.
Kind of.
All communication is projection. All communication is hypnosis.
Hello?
All communication is suggestion. And I'm just making a suggestion, Hamza. I'm not even being hypercritical of you. I'm just saying.
But why, bro? You know I'm further like...
This is a Bible like
It's the words.
on a shop.
But I think both those books are just like Harry...
Sacred. Let's make it sacred space, one that we want.
1 second.
We can all walk away with some treasures in our pockets. On True Megatron here, it's already the mysticism of Ezekiel and Zechariah. Hamza has given us his F word. Ezekiel and Zechariah personal.
Yo, didn't Jesus say these vipers and snakes? You know that's cursing in the old language? Do you know how bad it is to say someone back then? These vipers and snakes, bro, you're cursing their mothers when you say something like that. So I'm just following in the tracks of Jesus, right? I'm just doing what please.
Jesus was poetic. You're not being
Yo, I'm not that poetic, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah. Violets are blue and roses are red, suck my dick and something. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not that poetic. I feel you. But that's not the point. You should tell someone's intention. Don't worry about the word usage I'm using, right? It's just for a certain type of people. Like you, Bane, I wouldn't curse your mother out. Never in a million years would I offend your mother, right? But there are some people on some stages that I would offend their mother because they deserve it, is how I feel. They are people who are sophists. There's the sophistry they try to pull. They believe in the truth, yet they still don't accept it. Those are the people I use my curse words towards. I would never use my curse words towards you, Ben. I could, give a F, as they say. Tim, I would call him a gaffer in a second. You know what I mean? But that's Tim. That's not Bane.
I am a write-in candidate for the 16th district, and I recently came up with a new song for my campaign. I was wondering if I could sing it for everybody.
Yeah, go ahead.
John Kitover, write-in bold, challenging the hood, story told. Defeat the incumbent, take the seat. In Illinois 16, make it sweet. National debt at 38 trillion high, spending bills pile up to the sky. CARES Act, 2.2 trillion for banks and flights. American Rescue, 1.9 trillion in sights. Infrastructure, 1.2 trillion roads and rails. Bechtel builds corporations hail. Inflation reduction, 891 billion green. Tesla chargers, farmers seen. Omnibus 21, 900 billion more. Defense firms like Lockheed score. COVID vaccines, debates rage on. Some claim Turbo cancers dawn. Studies show no link. Myths debunked. Yet new swirls, questions unshrunk. Vote Kitover. Change the game.
Enough. Thank you. Thank you, Blaine.
It's me. Almost every name you read wrong, Mega. You were calling Sean Sloan yesterday.
No, it's a bad habit of mine.
You get much improvement, John. You shared this video and glad. How do you interpret these far out, imaginative, esoteric, mystical, strange accounts of vision?
Just give me 2 minutes because I'm waiting for the elevator to get audience here in a second. Potential washwomen in the elevator. You know what a washwoman is? You know what a washwoman is?
Yeah, that's the Jew mob.
No, a washwoman is, who does your dirty laundry. So they go to your dirty, get it?
Yeah,
Your dirty laundry.
The Jewish mafia.
No. It's your dirty laundry. So they talk about your dirty laundry. That's what a washwoman is. So someone will talk shit about, talk shit about you.
Are all your subordinates wearing hard hats today?
Subordinate? Who's subordinate?
Your subordinates, your fellow co-workers, are they wearing their hard hats?
Not today. Today's a pool day. Today's Saturday.
So wait, Zen, what happened with your job? Did you start a new job or something?
I did get my 2 weeks notice. Pretty happy.
Congrats, that's great.
What is your new job, Zach?
I completely shat on the old job completely. There's mountains of paperwork that are left to be filed, and they're going to be having to push that paper around for the next couple of months. So, it is what it is.
The entrance to Zion's work. If you go to YouTube and you type in Clubhouse Live podcast, you will see hundreds of Clubhouse recordings. Some of them may include you. And the most exciting part is he has captured some of the most profane, vulgar, detestable, despicable, low.
That's your YouTube channel.
NC-17. It's produced for NC-17 only. Otherwise, it'll turn your eyes black, your soul gray. You can witness people's lives falling apart real time because all they talk about is the J word, or the N word. They love the N word. They say it 1,000 times a day. I say Rabboni Shalom 1,000 times a day, but these people say the N word 1,000 times a day. I'm thinking about the master of the universe, and they're thinking about N words all day. Explain that one to me. How's that possible? How can people be so stupid? But Ben here has captured them in the wild, being stupid. It's like going on a clubhouse safari with a camera. You're filming the gazelle and the tiger and the lion and the giraffes and the rhinos, and they're just walking around eating shit and, popping out turds. And they're just sitting there saying the N-word all day in the fucking jungle because it's all the time. It's crazy. Yeah, this room is being recorded right now. By you, right?
Oh, Zechariah 5. I'll give you the. You want the Kabbalah version?
Yeah.
Okay, so once the word of the Lord was materialized into 20 cubits wide, or 10 cubits long, 20 cubits long, and 10 cubits wide, what is the curse? The curse is that we will condemn each other. Because we materialize the word. That is the curse of materializing the word of the Lord. The woman in the basket is interesting. If we look at this, the time in which Zechariah was writing, this signifies that the Hebrews were being a Yahweh alone religion. A Yahweh alone religion. And they were letting go of their ways. So it's interesting. Interesting. This is the only chapter in Zechariah there's no messianic prophecies to. It's pretty interesting. But you see that in the vision, certain things happen, right? Certain things happen in the vision that don't happen in other ways, like two women looking like they have wings like a stork. People would be like, "Oh, they're not really angels. It's just a vision." So I guess we could break the rules in a vision, right? That's what it seems like to me. That was interesting.
It's like, look at my PTR. That's kind of what's happening there. It is a fantastic vision. And really, I think that has to be chemically induced. It might not be chemically induced. There's no like shame or immorality if you think that it's chemically induced, because this is poetry. And when you read about the flaming tongues during Christ's resurrection and the meeting and how everybody was speaking one language, it does go back. I think it goes to super consciousness, which is a feeling of oneness with the universe, which you could call cosmic consciousness or Christ consciousness. This is like the hippie 60s and 70s of America, where they're all doing LSD, smoking weed, reading these sacred texts, and having the same mystical experience as the person who wrote Zechariah and Ezekiel. And you can do it right now if you want. Do it in a safe space in your home. Don't go out for 24 hours. Make it a Shabbos. Do it on Shabbos. Smoke a little cannabis, drink a little red wine, drink a little coffee, and boom, you have a neurochemical soup going on, and mix that with the sacred text. And, take a hot bath. Do some yoga. Do some deep breathing. You're going to feel like $1,000,000. This is the value of these types of documents, to enjoy them. Not to debate them, but to experience them. That's my opinion. I'm just, a guy in my underpants smoking a little weed, drinking a cup of coffee right now. It's not a fact. It's an opinion. And life is opinion. Universe is transformation, which is change. And that is the joy of the world. Hopefully you're doing it with wisdom.
All right. Thank you. Oh, my God. What the fuck? Listen, I want to slam dunk on these Dawah guys. I don't give a fuck what you say. They're calling Jesus a Muslim? This is a fucking problem, man. Okay? So, it's not happening. So, you do what you want. You can record whatever the fuck you want. I'm not telling you who to record. I'm not even telling you you don't have to record. I'm not even telling you you can't record me. So,
Have you ever read the Downdated Chain?
what's that? No idea what that is.
It's a pretty good thing.
I didn't even hear what you said. Really,
It's the Tao Te Ching.
Tao Te Ching.
Yes.
It sounds interesting. Sounds fucking sexy. I don't know.
It's 2,300 years old.
No, I'm not gonna lie. Like Asian girls never really did it for me.
Really?
Yeah, they never did.
This is weird.
I don't even go to massage parlors, bro. Every time my friends go to massage parlors, I make fun of them, bro.
What? Because they're getting an oil job, lube job?
Yeah, because I'm just saying, like, you had to have that fucking Asian girl touch. Oh my god, yeah.
Oh, maybe you're seeing touch in your life. Narja is engaged. She knows what it's like to have the warm, beautiful embrace of a caress and a love, a touch and an orgasm. Woo! Let you know you're alive.
No, I mean, I'm cool with that. Just, so I'm not gonna, like, so wait a second. So, there's some Asian girls that got big booties, and I'm like, wow, because it's such an oddity, right? And I'm like, damn.
Great.
I'll give those the business.
I think, I'm definitely an ass man. And because to me, a great ass is really what you're working with. And a big ass are just big tits.
No, not big ass. Not big, but you know what I mean? Like, not little boyish.
Beaches, little boyish. What?
Yeah, that's how I feel like most of them are. They're like little skinny anorexic type. I'm not into the anorexic.
Oh,
You gotta have some,
highly waxed, bleached cornbread.
Yeah, I'm not
Bleached
interested
white
in it.
bread. Nice tassels. Wow.
Yeah, like if she has some underarm hair, that's good.
Look at Narja's PTR. Narja's is her face. Did you do a skin cream bleach, chlorine skin cream bleach? How'd you get your face so white?
Just pale.
You didn't use any of that white cream, stuff that people use on their face, the chlorine,
No, I don't.
like skin bleach.
No, bro.
What about you, Megatron? Where's your PTR from?
I don't know. I don't do PPRs. Where's my PTR from? Pinterest?
Where's it from?
Pinterest?
Okay, can I give you another 60 seconds of education this beautiful Saturday?
No, I had enough.
Let me read you from a different book about the sun, Resh. That's the secret name of Jesus, Resh. Its value is 200, the head and face of man.
I feel like I had enough of the education today.
Well, unfortunately, I don't also want to listen to you just walking around while you're at work. I'd rather, not have any dead air time here on my 47-minute YouTube video.
No, I like that's what it's like hanging out with me. Sometimes you need the uncomfortable silence, bro. Like, if you don't like that, then you can't
I'd rather experience something other than
Yeah, we're experiencing you being fucking quiet. Does it bother you? Does the silence, does the uncomfortable silence make you feel weird?
No, I just want to give. I'm a giver.
I can understand if I started touching you on your leg and everything's quiet. Like that I get. But I'm not doing that.
I don't watch one of them, so I'm really conscious.
You do what the fuck I tell you to do.
Wow.
You hear me,
Wow,
sexy?
wow, wow.
You hear me?
Let me flip that, send that to Barth's wife.
Yeah.
That's exactly the fucking Samsung guy with the cheese legs so you're at work. Stay over there fucking happy while I'm recording you.
And you don't even know it. They're gonna blackmail you, and you're gonna lose your job again. What are you gonna draft me? First of all, if you said my job, if you said my job, this any recording, I would get a promotion. Okay. So I'm not like, if you want to help me, yeah, do that for me. Because I'm not.
That's the kind of stuff my mom does for people. Like, if she got great customer service, she'll go back and say, "I need to speak to your manager," and then she will like compliment the shit out of that person. And she does that kind of shit.
Yeah.
So let me share with you Zen's Clubhouse YouTube Live podcast. It's an awesome collection of Clubhouse recordings, and I think once you watch this, you'll appreciate your time maybe more than you ever have before.
You know, Bane, I think that's your own YouTube channel that you're promoting right now. So, yeah.
Yeah, fuck your YouTube.
You don't have to be so defensive, Zen. I'm just complimenting your recording work. It's fantastic.
You're complimenting yourself. Thank you.
Thank you.
No, thank you.
No, thank you. But we need to work on it. Ooh, Dr. Jazzy, the dumbest doctor around. Oh, this is gonna be a fucking winner of a run. See this one?
It's already recorded on her profile, like in her house, so you can already listen to it.
Oh, this is gonna be good. What, are you worried about Jazzy's wrath or something? Jeez, relax. She doesn't know who you are. Oh, these are gold. Diego and T-Rob psychologically gangbang Danny while Pepe sits in the corner. Oh, the titles are what make it the best. Holy shit. Then we got a Bitcoin pump room. Diego's Bitcoin bar mitzvah meltdown. Oh. Complaining about Elon Musk. Amir, the greatest dunce known to man. Oh, people love that one. Issa the Beaner Eater Supreme. Oh, fuck yeah. Amir's group of fools listen and mock. Oh my god, bro. You got it all. Jeff the Stud Dud. Oh, this is beautiful. Beautiful. Because you're really capturing it one-to-one. You're doing incredible work. I'm telling you, dude, you got to work on this YouTube. You got to go into the settings on the desktop, and then you have to change the way that your homepage on your YouTube account appears. It's called like a grid or whatever. And then you can add components and create playlists.
Somebody do me a favor, just start a conversation. I'm gonna move this guy to the audience. I'd rather sit in silence. I'm sorry.
I honestly have no idea what that guy was rambling on about. You know, I know he records rooms, but yeah, that's all I know about it.
so refreshing, man. Oh, so nice.
Yo, Chuck, how's it going? Hello? Anybody here? Nargis, are you there? Guys? Megatron Daniel?
Poor Nargis. People always attack Nargis first.
Why the fuck do they do that?
I have no idea, man. It's just her voice.
What's wrong with their voice?
It's a great voice.
Yeah, so what's wrong?
I think that's why they go to attack her first.
Yeah, bro. So, what's going on? In Nargis, does everything fine with your family back in Iran? Everything? I hope everything's fine. I'll pray for them. And you, Megatron, please, Megatron, let me ask you this. Please don't troll about, like, the whole Old Testament moral stuff. So, we can criticize Islam and say there's sexual slavery, but not in the Bible, okay?
Oh my God. What a cheating bastard. What a hack.
Yeah, I love
What a hack. What a hack.
We can criticize Muhammad also being a rapist and warlord, but not say this about Jesus.
What a hack. That is so wrong. Why would you do that?
I love it, bro. I love it, man.
No, it's not cool, man.
I love doing that to people. I love shocking them, man. I love to see them being so sad about their prophet that they believe it, bro.
Yeah, but that's not gonna go nowhere.
Wait, so they're still gonna believe it in a Grapers PDF version? That's sad, man.
Would they still believe in that? Yeah, one day they're gonna have to explain it to their daughter. Or their son or something like that. Something's going down. I still need a half inch. Motherfucker, man. I still gotta go up another. Damn, that's a lot. Oh my gosh. I don't know what to do yet. I still gotta come up half inch. That doesn't make any sense.
What do you mean come up? Oh.
So I'm setting a door here. And it's below the grade. Because usually, like in bathrooms, they have like a depression. A depression is where they cut out the floor around it. So usually we'll like do a self-leveling, and we'll just leave out the bathrooms because they kind of do the self-leveling themselves. They like to do they do it with the old school way.
Well, Megatron, you're a brilliant engineer, man.
No, I'm not.
Seems that you are, man. It seems you're good at your job, man.
I'm not good at my job. I just gotta pay my fucking bills, man. That's it. Mom always needs a new pair of shoes, man.
You ever think about like selling your property? You have a lot, right? Like
Why? I did sell some, but I'm not.
You're tied up in cash. Man. You told me you're tied up in cash. Why would you?
Oh, it's been like that my whole life. What do you mean? You gotta chase the dream. I did let go of some property, though, I'm not gonna lie. The big one, I haven't let it go yet. I haven't let go of the big one yet.
Do you want to let go of it? Do you want to let go of it? You know, something I thought. Yoka, I think I have it here. So, yeah, what did you want? So you're an atheist, cultural Christian, right? Why don't you just become a Christian or just like that? That's like. It's beautiful, bro. No, you love Jesus. Oh, you hate Jesus' teachings? Oh, it's sad, man, that you hate Jesus. Okay. That's sad, bro. But I mean, like, relative to Muhammad, Jesus was much better, really. Like, Jesus never. How Jesus never did all. Maybe kill anyone that you rape anyone that you was a. He's not to love your enemies, right? Anyone who hates you is not just observe the other cheek. That's those who hurt with you. That's those who persecute you, right? And beautiful teachings that were on the mount, right? And so it never helps. You have to be condemn people who use this, right? Yeah, that's right. No, Jesus refuted that, right? He says, how can Beelzebub work against his own kingdom if he was from Beelzebub, right? No, come on, stop it. There's just some bullshit, right? You know that Jesus no. Yeah, but the parables, right? So they try to compare Jesus. Muhammad doesn't compare to Jesus. Muhammad was a warlord, prophet, pedophile, pedophile, rapist, right? He was.
I prefer.
Serbian, you know the rules, Serbian. You gotta go in the audience 3 minutes. You know the rules. Yeah, I don't know why he gets so confident. I don't understand these people. Like, this is them odds and I'll have to do it.
Yeah. There you go.
You know the rules, Serbian. Just take a 3-minute breather.
Rehab.
Yeah, you need a 3-minute breather there. Well, what you do is you repent. Okay? That's what you should do. You should think about your repentance and how you shouldn't speak evil about people like this. You don't know if the guy really did. No, you're talking about somebody that did something. You don't even know if it's full blame somebody did something like that. You weren't there. It's a sin. Tapioca, what were you saying?
Have a foolproof argument for the existence of God.
You have an argument.
Yes, foolproof.
Foolproof. Okay, all right, well.
I do also have a foolproof one, but before you go to topic, maybe can I say these things because I know Muslims are right here, right in Europe, and I respect you said, yeah, we can't talk like that in front of Muslims, right? I made sure there are no Muslims here in Europe before I said these things, right?
Yeah, just to make sure. So I did follow the rule, right? Okay.
Yeah, but no. Because then, before you know it, you start getting used to doing it when they're here, and then it turns into a mess.
Yes, that's right. Okay.
Yeah, just try to be consistent. Trust me, it's going to help out your apologetics.
Yeah, right.
It helps. It helped me. And it should help you too.
Yes, sir. All right. The Trump joke. Go ahead. Yeah, I thought they liked some version of the PSR, like the Dependence Independence, right? I think that's okay. Yeah, but I wanted to see it.
Yeah, the contingency is okay with the PSR, but I think it's very easy for them to just reject the PSR.
No. So the type of contingency I was running does not assume the PSR. It has to do with dependence and independence, right?
I think I've heard that, yeah. Go on.
Where basically, you have to, the facts around us are all dependent, right? You get the set of all dependent facts. Explanation for it, that itself would be a fact. The dependent fact, right? Because it's dependent on its members. That's the explanation. It has to be explained by a fact that's independent, or else it would be the set of dependent facts. It's basically the same as the contingency, just replacing the dependence and independence. And it doesn't assume the PSR because they say that it's either explained by another factor or it's explained by itself, right? Or unexplained, right? So it's either independent, that's just true by definition, that's just an additive proposition. So there is no like PSR that you're assuming that.
But I think that is the PSR. Exactly. You either have an explanation within the, fact or it's on fact.
No, it's not a PSR because it could be that the independent fact is a good contingency. Right, so it doesn't have to be necessary. So, like an independent fact does not have to be necessary. It can also be a group of contingency. So it's not the PSR. It doesn't assume the PSR there.
Okay. So how does that help in moving on?
Oh, because then you have an independent being that is the ground of the chain of dependent beings. And if you have an independent being, right, that's uncaused because it's independent, right? The relation with view of time, you have to, it's going to be like this uncaused first cause, this being, it's going to be timeless because it's changeless because of the relation view of time. It's timeless, it will be spaceless and immaterial. So you have this timeless, spaceless, immaterial, uncaused first cause for the beginning of the universe. And that's from the independent being the chain grounds for the chain of dependent beings.
And why can't the universe just be a brute fact?
Oh, then that's an independent. Then they would be conceding, right? That there's going to be an independent being, right? And if there's an independent being, right, then it's going to have to be uncaused. It's going to have to be uncaused, right? So then you have like this uncaused first cause, right? This independent being.
Look, I missed the start there. So let's say I say that the universe is a brute fact.
Yeah. So if it's brute, okay. Let's take this step. Okay, so the universe would be the set of all dependent facts, right?
Mm-hmm.
That itself would be a dependent fact, right? It's sort of like.
Yeah. So the group of all contingent.
What up, everybody? Again, we're getting so much interesting information at the third hour of the show. Let's go over to Paul. Paul, would you like a fresh five to tell us what's on your mind, man? Oh, don't know what. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, so all I have to say is Trump's going to put tariffs on Greenland, Denmark, and Europe. Just about an hour and a half.
All right. What's the news source on that? Paul, do you have a source on that or no?
Yeah, News Nation.
Okay, according to News Nation, we're seeing some new tariffs. All right, very, very exciting. The world of mercantilist Trumpism. New tariffs for everybody. All right, let's Mac. I know you spoke last hour, but you have anything? Oh, no, actually, I have deep honesty.
national debt of 38 trillion high, spending bills pile up to the sky. Give thanks to the team of banks and flights. American Rescue 119 sites. Infrastructure, 192 roads and rails. Retail bills, corporations hail. Inflation reductions, 89 Tesla charges, farmers see. Omnibus 21, 900 your defense plans are released. COVID vaccines debates rage on.
Hi, Danny. Welcome to Clubhouse. Good Shabbos. Would you like to join me for a little Shabbos Poiris Tachas Tachas?
We made it to 4K. Yay. I'm sick. I'm so sorry. 4K friend.
Oh, you got a cold? Oh, no.
It's like the plague of the colds. It's like the supervid. It's like the COVID 2020-600.
Yeah, well, make sure you stay hydrated. You got the water next to you?
No Powerade.
Mm-mm.
I know.
You gotta get some water. Just drink like Powerade once every 6 hours or something, you know? Get some bottles of water and, take a hot bath, massage your face, relax, don't talk, just listen and feel your body healing, feel your body curing itself. Ooh, Grace can pray over you. Grace can bring you close to the presence of the one. Danny's got the flu.
Oh, Danny, I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Let
Are
me
you feeling
poor
better?
thing.
I'm gonna be okay.
I know. Oh my goodness. You sound horrible. I've never heard you sound like that. How long have you had it?
Did you have this?
No, thank God. I used to get them often.
What is it?
I used to get it often and sound like that. But that's because, I was a cancer educator and all the kids would always hug me and I got everything that they had.
Yeah, I get the toddler sickness, but this was from a friend. I think
Who gave it to you?
he's like, I have a cold. I'm like, well, we have a cold, so we got the toddler. Oh my gosh, it's so bad.
I know. I hear you. I've never heard you like this. Poor thing. Drink a lot. I know everyone says it, but really it flushes out. Even if it's water.
Yeah, I'm gonna have tea again. There's this Greek tea. It's so good, but I'm not really sure.
Yeah, lemon. I'm with AI. I think lemon.
I don't think I have any lemon.
Or look at
I don't even think I have lemon
lemon juice.
juice. It all went bad. That stuff expires. I go so crazy.
I leave that. I don't drink unless I'm sick, and the same thing happened to me. It must be in there for ages.
Take care of yourself. Don't waste your time listening to people on Clown House. Immediately start, hydrating, taking care of yourself. Get those lemons. Get people to get you stuff. Tell people you need help. Don't just sit there, in your mucus. You gotta work the mucus, Danny.
And the only thing is do that, there's things that are hot. it's going to break it up. People are going to come to this room and then they're going to think that doctors are us.
Yeah, I need honey. I got matzo ball soup from the place that wasn't that good. And the sake of someone complaining about the size of the matzo balls at the restaurant.
I know, they're never good at the restaurant. It's so funny. I've done it too when I get sick and I can't make my own. And it's like, ugh, what did you put in it? It's so sad.
Briefly, this is so bad. The first time I got it, it was so good. And then every other time, it's been so bad.
And
It's like, oh,
yeah, I can't do it. I have to do it. You know, even if I'm sick, I wash my hands thoroughly and I make the matzo balls. It's so important. Even if you get the box Strites or something like that, or Manischewitz, it will be okay. I mean, the soup part is really the part that's really bad when you get those boxes, but at least the matzo balls will be good and it'll absorb the heat. That's so funny. If anybody's coming into this room, they're going to laugh that we're talking about matzo balls. But it's important. But keep the tea going. Really, you know, I know it's hard to drink it when it's hot, but get that tea and lemon. That's if you don't flush it out. I know we all hate to do it, but you really have to work on the tea. The tea and lemon. And the more you drink water, the better off it'll flush it out. We really don't. It's so amazing that we're in the modern era and people don't realize that the real way of getting away flu and viruses and all those is to flush it out. Everybody goes and gets antibiotics and then they're in trouble after a while if you take too many. But just try to drink. I know it hurts, but the best thing to do is get that water to get it out of you. Definitely get rest. And remember that I only play a doctor on TV. What's the title about? Who made this title mockery, making fun of you? Nobody knows? Son, who are you?
It's a house. I don't think it's a title. I think it's his house. I'm almost out of honey. There's so much honey.
Yeah, it's not the honey that's going to get rid of it. It's going to be, the honey will just soothe it. But what's going to really be, like I just said, is flushing liquid. No, flushing the water, even water. As long as you could flush it out, that's going to be important. The only thing it's not going to, one of the things that people don't realize is that they go for Coke or Diet Coke or something like that. Don't do that. Seltzer wouldn't be the worst.
Yeah, I haven't had soda, I haven't smoked, I haven't done anything. I barely ate in like 5 days.
Yeah, that's not gonna help. You need to get electrolytes also in you.
I've had Powerade, I've had soy sauce, right? And soup.
It doesn't take that long if you drink more than you think you should. And everyone says, oh, I've been drinking, so you have 3 or 6, you gotta do it. The real flush to get it out is really throughout the day, at least to get 10 cups of the liquids. Either the soup or the water, but you gotta eat it. People don't realize, they think, okay, I have 3 or 4 glasses, that's much more than I ever have, but no, the goal is to flush it. We stay sick not just because of the virus, we stay sick because we can't get rid of it, and getting rid of it means a lot of liquids. And if you have orange juice, that would be good too.
Vice Grace. Let's not waste any more time talking or thinking or talking, Danny. Let's focus on the body here. Get you hydrated, right?
I love it. That's the best. I do voiceovers, but you're pretty good. says, let's do it right now. He does it better than me. I want to know why Sun Moon has a woman bending down to a man who's standing up. Sounds a little sick. Did you both see it? Look at his profile. Press on his profile.
It's John.
And why does he have a woman bending to a man like that?
It's AI. It's our friend.
Okay. Everybody has a choice.
It's a woman. I don't see a woman.
Yeah, I pressed on it and it had a man and a woman kneeling up.
Oh, maybe he got rid of it. I don't see it.
I don't see it all of a sudden now, too.
I'm so upset I'm sick because I can't go to places that I'm like invited to. Because I can't be an asshole and I feel too sick to go anyway.
And people, I think that's very important. Not only being sick, but then you do become that because people will walk away from you sounding like that. I'm sorry, Danny.
I love tea with honey and milk. It's so good.
That should be a poll question. Honey and milk. I can't do it. I'm glad it's good though and it's working for you.
Okay, Grace, I'm going to read some healing therapeutic work for Danny here. And you pick a number 1 through 10, and I'll read to you from the sayings of the Buddha.
Love it.
What's your number 1 through 10? Pick any number.
6.
You don't like milk tea?
I hate milk tea. Oh my God, please don't even say it. Don't even say it. You don't even have to say dirty words. Just say milk tea. That's the anti-inflammatory.
Like the boba? What about milk tea?
Don't even go there, Donnie. Don't even go there. Oh my God, milk tea. Oh. Continue with what you just said. That's not you, Donnie. I love you.
Okay, this is the sayings of the Buddha.
Okay.
Just a beautiful picture of the Buddha in such peace with beautiful pink lilies. This is called the wise. If someone sees an intelligent person who is skillfully able to point out shortcomings and give suitable reproof, let him cherish such a revealer of hidden treasures. Only good can come from such an occasion, from such an association. Let the wise one guide, correct, and deter others from what is base and vile. Oh, Mountain is here. Welcome, Mountain. Sorry for interrupting you while you were talking to the Clown House lawyer, Samoa. Welcome, Mountain.
If I would make me feel better, you lied to me.
What happened to your other profile?
What are you talking about?
Did you start a new house? Some kind of,
Yeah, I still have it. Yeah.
Wait, let me see what it is. Oh, yeah, the Kid Fox Society.
The Kid Fox Society.
friends today because she's working on her hydration. She's making some lemon tea.
There's a comic book show that my friend's in charge of. That's like a big thing, and I can't go and bring my kid.
But she wants to drink milk and tea.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I mean, I don't know anything about comic books, but I like that a lot of them are Jewish. The superheroes.
John, you told me if I read books, it'd make me feel better.
Yeah, does it work for you?
I don't know yet. I have to read more, I guess.
Life is short, so you have to pick the best books. Don't pick any books that the Kit Fox Society would read. You want to read books that the Kitover Society would want to read, which are all sacred textbooks, very ancient, translated just in the past 150 years. Evital is here. Evital, welcome. Evital is a campaign contributor. We are a write-in candidate in all 15 counties in the district. Welcome, Evital. So anyways, Evital, thank you for being here. This is a meditation and a peaceful room for Danny. Danny has a very bad cold and flu, and she recently had heart surgery, so her hydration now is very important. We're encouraging her not to think or speak, just to hydrate and relax and heal. Dr. Evital, welcome.
Hello.
Because I had an internet block right there. Anyone who's on phone.
I don't have an internet blockage problem.
Went to zero on the Verizon signal where I'm at.
Kamal, welcome to the room, Camel.
Thank you. How are you?
Very good. We're here relaxing. I was reading from the sayings of the Buddha. I keep telling Mountain that neurolinguistic programming, or what you listen to, is very wise if you choose good content. So let me finish reading this for Danny. Do not choose bad friends. Do not choose persons of low habits. Select good friends. Be discriminating. Choose the best. Whoever drinks deeply of Dhamma lives happily with a peaceful mind. The wise man rejoices in the Dhamma taught by the holy ones. Irrigators contain the flowing waters. Arrowsmiths fashion arrows. Carpenters shape wood to their design. Wise men mold their characters. As a solid rock stands firm in the wind, even so is a wise man, unmoved by praise or blame. As a deep lake remains still and clear, so do wise men, listening to the teachings, attain a serene mind. The good certainly cling to nothing. They do not talk aimlessly, concerned with personal gains. The wise, the saintly, whether experiencing comfort or discomfort, show neither elation nor depression. Not for one's own or another's gain should one commit an evil deed, regardless of the desire for children, wealth, or kingdom, or any other kind of success. One should remain virtuous, wise, and righteous. The few cross over to the far shore, the many merely run back and forth, fruitlessly, along the side of the stream. But only those who follow the carefully taught law can cross to the other shore, beyond the grasp of death, so hard to overcome. Let the wise man shun the cauldron of confusion and proceed on the path of light. Let him leave the comfort of home, of clown house, sensual pleasures, freeing himself from all obstacles, delighting in seclusion, not an ordinary man's choice, and devote himself to cleansing the blemishes of the mind. Those who have carefully cultivated their minds, in tune with the elements of enlightenment, who, without grasping delight in detachment, cleansed of all corruption, and therefore shining brightly, send forth brilliant light. Send forth brilliant light. Danny, Grace Mountain, welcome, Smoocher. Welcome, North Jersey. Grande. Welcome, everyone. So, we just read from the Dhammapada, the sayings of the Buddha. Send forth light. Oh, welcome to the room.
Take on.
Smoocher's here. Smoocher, welcome to the show. Smoochers.
Thank you so much. Are you real AI? Or are you
Yes.
real person?
I'm the AI everyone keeps talking about.
No, I don't think so. I don't know you yet.
What AI do you use?
What do you use?
What AI do you use? Hi, Mackenzie. Welcome to the AI.
I use Grok. I use Grok.
You use Grok, and you use AI.
Of course, I'm an AI engineer myself.
You're an AI engineer. I'm an AI.
Oh, nice.
I use AI to engineer AI through my words. I own a word soup company. We take words, put them in a soup pot, and stir it around. You want to try some of it?
I think I'd rather try a tea. I'll put some tea and then some water, then boil it and have a cup. Not soup.
Okay, Mountain, what are you doing? Grace, what are you doing? Danny, what are you doing? Do you want to read anything, or shall I continue reading the sayings of the Buddha? Pick a new number. What's your number, Smoocher?
I can read.
Okay, Mountain, pick something to read. Okay, number 3. Mountain, go ahead. Find something you want to read. It's got to be a sacred text. No bullshit text guy stuff. You got to read it for 3 to 10 minutes. And then we're going to give you a special smooch at the end of your reading. A special prize for anybody that reads it.
Okay. There can be no question that the pandemic of the Wuhan coronavirus altered the worldview of many people toward allowing their governments to control their movements and economic dependence. Control that would have been opposed had it been under the name of communism. Even though the public pronouncement stated that only the elderly or those with underlying health conditions were problems were at risk, the controls were imposed on everyone. Virtually the entire globe was shut down. Meanwhile, gigantic quantities of public funds, both appropriated by Congress through deficit spending, created out of thin air by the Federal Reserve, were infused to the American economy in response to large swings in global financial markets. No one talks about those who received these funds before the people at the bottom ever saw the short-term benefits, or those who sold off billions of dollars of assets prior to the economic collapse back later, to come back, only to come back later, a later date to pick up the piece that pennies on the dollar. This is what happened during the Great Depression of the 1930s. And no one talked about the long-term problems that would result. The precedent of government bailouts, the growth of inflation due to the growth of money supply that destroys the value of people's savings and pensions. The idea that government made
limit the peaceful assembly of people in violation of the First Amendment and state constitutions, and the potential worldwide coordination of mandatory vaccination and implants in the name of stopping viruses. No responsible entity except for the Chinese, their minions around the world, and the American globalists denies that the virus originated in China. Given the prosperity of the Chinese communists, they have total disregard for even the lives of their own citizens. One has to speculate, given the advantages of globalism, which is the prime aim of the communists, on whether this was a planned event. One has to ask this question since the results have been so advantageous to the Chinese government and appeared so suddenly on the heels of virus exposure, implemented swiftly as if they were already planned and ready to set in motion. One of the events that preceded this particular pandemic was played out in Event 201, a 3.5-hour tabletop exercise that simulated a pandemic. Event 201, held in New York City, October 18, 2019, just weeks before the Wuhan coronavirus outbreak was exposed, was sponsored by Johns Hopkins Health and Security, the World Economic Forum, and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. This, by invitation-only audience of 150 people watched, while the panelists engaged in scenarios simulating a worldwide pandemic and formulated what the globalists could do to solve the problem in a global manner. The simulation was based on a coronavirus as their pandemic. Only coronaviruses are quite common, with the Wuhan virus being only one strain. Nonetheless, it is quite interesting it was chosen as the cause for the simulation. For those who are prone to believe in conspiracies, the event is rather thought-provoking. It opens up some interesting questions. However, the Wuhan virus is not as deadly as even some of the common flu strains. Therefore, it could be used as a catalyst for implementing controls without killing off everyone. Mostly the elderly and those with underlying health conditions and problems seem to have been adversely affected by the Wuhan virus. But the controls were imposed on everyone. Annual U.S. deaths by the flu are comparable to deaths from the Wuhan virus, but few major media outlets pointed this out. One who did, Trish Reagan, was removed from Fox Business Television. Perhaps she asked too many questions on air. Flu problems are so common that they are rarely talked about in the media. However, the media are constantly bombarded with emails and phone calls from Medicare and their insurance providers urging them to get the flu shot each year because the flu shot kills tens of thousands of Americans. As many as 61,000 people die every year from the flu. However, we never shut down the country as a result. Indeed, almost every statistic shows that the number of deaths due to various causes around the world is greater than the number of deaths from the Wuhan coronavirus. Yet they locked the entire world down. Evidence also exists indicating that although many deaths occurring during the Wuhan pandemic were due to flu or other causes, the Center for Disease Control, CDC, tallied them as being caused by the virus. The instructions put out by the CDC for doctors stated basically that if in doubt, credit it to the Wuhan virus. This exaggerated the numbers and as a result installed fear into the population of the United States. Also, the statistics used by the hospitals to receive aid and supplies were tied to Wuhan causes. So there was a propensity to inflate the figures to qualify for this federal aid. The globalists tried to use the environment as their tool for globalization, but they ran into opposition as the word spread that their figures claiming environmental crisis are rather skewed. So a new crisis was needed, and the Wuhan virus was very convenient. Plus, it was a real situation, no matter how severe or mild may have actually been. Do you want me to continue? Now that people have been successfully programmed to accept a shutdown, the environmentalists have ramped up their program to install controls in the name of saving their Earth, meaning controlling the people. The Earth will always be here. In the United States, most states shut down all restaurants and bars, limited the number of people who could gather, etc. The state of California went much further, using the pandemic to house the homeless in tent cities on the sidewalks and streets of their major cities, even calling for the commandeering of private property to do so. Most schools and colleges were closed, some for the entire academic year, not simply for weeks, but for the entire year. Churches were forbidden to congregate. Pastors were arrested if they did. Although a couple of state governors relaxed this rule, the mayor of New York, Bill de Blasio, even threatened to permanently close any church or synagogue that would hold religious meetings in violation of his rules. Perhaps being an ex-communist played a role in his thinking. In Los Angeles, the mayor threatened to cut off the water supply and electricity of any establishment that violated the state laws against COVID and encouraged citizens to turn in violators. Meanwhile, a federal judge and the governor of Michigan ruled that having an abortion was essential service, yet you could go to an abortion clinic but not a church. So basically they allowed abortions during this time, but you couldn't attend church or anything else. It's kind of like double standards. Kind of fucked up. Where am I here? Alright. Where is it here? Alright. So for the first time in American history, Christians were forbidden to celebrate Easter. The recommendation by the president that people stay home or limit their groups to 10 or fewer had a large effect on businesses of all sizes. Worse, the governor of New Jersey imposed a quarantine on all citizens between the hours of 10 p.m. and 5 a.m. And in the city of Laredo, Texas, which was imposing fines of $1,000 and up to 180 days in jail. One couple walking in the city in a city park in New York were fined for not keeping a social distance. It was all right to share the same bed, but not the sidewalk. The use of the pandemic to impose more and more government control on the people reminds one of the statements of Rahm Emanuel, Chief of Staff of Obama, later mayor of Chicago. At the 2008 Shaping the New Agenda Forum hosted by Wall Street Journal, he said, "You never want a serious crisis to go to waste." What I mean by that, it is an opportunity to do things you think you can do, you think you could not do before. The action is in reaction. You cannot get people to act as much as you can get them to react to a crisis, real or seemingly unreal. If the media and government keep declaring a crisis, enough people will believe it, real or not. There were a lot of doctors who tried to breach the wall of fake news to lessen the rhetoric regarding the Wuhan virus, but to little avail. Video existed showing that the reporting throngs at testing sites were greatly exaggerated or even falsified in many instances. Many temporary hospitals built quickly during the emergency were taken down just as quickly as a couple of weeks later. Some never even had a single patient, such as the ones in Seattle and Houston. And so many medical professionals who had contravening opinions from the CDC were sent from the internet. And the problem started in China. The effect of the freedom of the American people could not have been greater if it were in a state of war. The virus created even social changes in the people by setting the precedent of antisocial habits, the limiting of the number of people who could gather, the so-called social distancing of at least 6 feet, and especially the wearing of face masks. Face masks really separate the people socially. You can't tell one person from another. It cuts down on the social interaction. It almost creates the look of automatons, rather than people. In extreme examples, Philadelphia police physically dragged a man off a public bus because he would not comply with mandatory face masks. Once such addicts are established, fear drives the people into practice, conditioning them with the idea that government can unconstitutionally control the people. We know that the Chinese did not alert the world of the problem for at least 2 months. The only reason the Chinese started to tell the world was that the government was quarantining entire cities, and these cities were self-evacuating due to concerns that they would catch the virus, regardless of government orders. The world, as a result, started to notice that the Chinese could no longer hide the Wuhan virus. Videos started to come out of China showing the draconian manners in which the people were treated with the virus, from arrest to cremation. Chinese doctors working at virus laboratories were whistleblowers about the disease died after being arrested by the government, raising many questions. The Wuhan virus, which came out of China regardless of its cause, shut down the U.S. economy. The reverse of the deep state the U.S. has done for China. What does it say? The reverse of what the deep state U.S. has done for China since the 1970s, building up the Chinese economy. The same swamp that built up China called for the shutdown of the American economy and society in the name of the virus. China needs to be the predominant power in the earth. In order to do this, its main competitor with the most powerful economy on earth, the USA, has to be demolished. This has been the net effect of the virus in America. The globalists in Washington cooperated in shutting down the country with the use of fear after convincing even Trump that it was the thing to do, when it has never been done before, even though it was clearly unconstitutional. Both federal level and state levels, Trump said that imposing a shutdown was federally unconstitutional, but urged individual states to shut down if necessary. Every state constitution had provisions against stopping the freedom of assembly, some far more stringent than the Bill of Rights, but those were ignored. China used this time leading up to the exposure of the virus in the rest of the world to stop the exports of medical supplies, even buying up such items. They later sold these supplies at inflated prices or used them to bribe countries that needed them the most. Once the virus spread around the world, the next piece of the Chinese propaganda was the virus actually coming from the United States. It was to deflect the blame for the virus from China and to save its reputation. It could diminish the future economic level of China if people started to shun Chinese agreements, goods and services, and hold their government accountable. So China could not let themselves be held accountable. The main benefit to China of the virus spreading into the United States was the control imposed on American people and businesses. These unconstitutional controls were all negative, both at the onset and the future, due to the policies of the federal and state governments. The virus had created a condition whereby the American economy is suffering in the face of growing Chinese competition for leadership on the world stage. As part of the movement towards the New World Order, one of the initiatives prompted by the Chinese and American deep state was the idea of a global tracking system for all people to indicate whether they had been immunized by vaccination. On April 10, 2020, it was reported by the Washington Times that Dr. Anthony Fauci, director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases and one of the chief advisors of President Trump on the National Pandemic Advisory Teams, said it was possible Americans could eventually carry around certificates of immunity to the coronavirus once properly testing is widespread enough. Actually, this proposal is not new. Studies had already been underway for the globalists for quite some time on how to implement such a plan, including many founded by the Chinese Communists, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, National Science Foundation, National Cancer Institute, National Institute of
Good point of order, moderators. Moderators, point of order. Excellence. Mission Mountain. Truly excellent. And we'd like to introduce some of the new speakers to the room. Nick, T.H. Sin, Danny, Grace. What did you think about Mountains?
Amazing. Very informative. I liked it. Thank you, Mountain, for taking the time to submit. Very appreciate it.
Do your Monica question, John.
Thank you for coming here, everyone. I hope you're all having a great Saturday. Continue Mountain if you want to continue reading, or Nick, if you have anything you want to read, or Grace or Danny, this is a 3 to 10 minute reading room. Everyone can read for 3 to 10 minutes each, whatever you want.
You did a great job. I have to leave, but I want to say thank you and hope other people get to speak. This has been wonderful. Enjoy. I hope to see you soon.
Wow, this room's poppin'. This is the most poppin' psyop I've ever been to.
It's like, it's like, I'm just amazed by it, how popping it is. Like, come on, it's like pop, pop, you know, pop, pop, pop. But I do like to take an opportunity maybe to read for 3 minutes. I don't know if I could do 10 minutes now. I'm going to find it interesting. Any topic of any sorts or anything particular that we could...
Process.
What?
Impressed us with something great.
Impressed? Okay. I don't know how you can impress Mountain. He's achieved all everything. And you guys seem to be like the most amazing people I've ever run into. So I'll try my best to impress you. Let me find something to read. I do like reading.
Great to impress us, but do not mock us. No mockery will be tolerated.
Oh, Joanna, come on. This is my very good friend, Joanna. Come on. She's a great author. Intellectual.
Well, in this room, we don't talk about anything. We just read books for 3 to 10 minutes, and if you don't follow our only rule, you will be mocked. Or you will be put in your place, which is in the group.
Oh, so no combo, just reading. Okay, alright. Gotcha.
If you want to invite people to the room, please invite people to the room. You will enjoy the mock.
Hi, Edward. How are you? He's not answering to Edward.
Joe B, what's new? You setting up any charter schools this year?
No, I'm just writing policy, friend.
Policy. Show me all the blueprints. Nick, what's going on in your neck of the woods? When are we going to Aruba?
Not Suriname, Ponte Granada.
Grenada.
Who's we eating next, yo?
Tostada.
As the U.S. President Donald Trump continues to threaten Greenland, experts are warning that the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, aka NATO, in which Canada is a member, is at stake. Hours before the Ministry of Greenland and Denmark was set to meet top U.S. officials in the White House on Wednesday, Trump took to his own social media platform, True Social, one of the best media out there, to push for U.S. control over the island. Yes, sir. NATO becomes far more formidable and effective with Greenland in the hands of the United States. Trump wrote, anything else than that is unacceptable. What a man. Greenland is an autonomous territory of the Kingdom of Denmark, which is a member of the NATO military alliance, down NATO. Trump hinted as a potential action. If we don't do it in the easy way, we're gonna have to do it the hard way. What a balls this man has. Article 5 is the core principle of the 76-year-old military alliance. It states that an armed attack against one NATO member shall be considered attack against all members, triggering an obligation for each member to come to its assistance. But if a NATO member attacks another NATO member, is Article 5 really in place? I don't know. They're gonna have to revisit that. We might have to get some lawyers in here. The only time the article has been invoked has been around the terrorist attack of September 11, 2001. The alliance has had to deal with one member attacking another. Although NATO has survived tension between its members in the past, there is no precedent in actual internal attacks, said Nicole Govey, a fellow at the Canadian Global Affairs Institute. Probably a communist institute, if you ask me. After all, there's an established norm that allies are not supposed to attack each other, or if they want to maintain any sort of positive tie, she added, another comment. It's likely the alliance will survive if the U.S., the de facto leader of the alliance, attacks another member, said, damn, what a hard to pronounce name, Guli Revred Pichet, Executive Director of CDA Institute, probably funded by the Chinese Communist State. I think the United States attack a NATO alliance is going to end. It's going to be the end of alliance. I do not see how an alliance would survive such event. I don't foresee a military invasion, but who knows, right? She said. Yeah, Russia attacked Ukraine. Who would have believed that? Since Trump has ratcheted up his rhetoric, several NATO allies, including Canada, have come out to support Denmark and Greenland. Fucking Canadians. Can't mind their own business. With some European countries on Wednesday announcing they'll send troops to Greenland to bolster the Arctic Circle. Shit, the National Guard of Maine could take care of this. While Prime Minister Mark Carney said Governor General Mary Simpson will visit at an unclear date, it's not clear which time, but the Canadian troops might be part of an effort. Global News have reached out to Canadian force. Bunch of Canadian men and freaking horses. Like they could fight. The Carney has noted recently that NATO could provide security for Danish territories and alliance, thus for all members. We are partnering in NATO. It's a mutual defense alliance who can provide the security. And NATO can provide security for all NATO Greenland, including Prime Minister Carney, said to reporters of the Canadian Embassy in Paris last week. Why is Canada involved in our internal affair? I don't get it. Why do they mind their own business? The future of Greenland is the decision for Greenland and Denmark exclusively. It's their decision. So yeah, mind your own business, Canada. The response of both NATO and EU leaders is expected, Harvey said. Greenland is being threatened by the United States. It will damage the credibility of both the EU and the NATO leadership if they do not openly support Greenland, she said. God, you can't stand on your own 2 feet. However, member states have to walk the tightrope of not offending Trump. Revered, she said. It's a stick and carrot, but the stick is not very big, she said, adding that U.S. still shoulders the single largest share of NATO budget. So basically, NATO can do shit about it. According to Atlantic Council, the U.S. spends $900 billion on its defense budget, nearly twice of Europe and Canada combined. For Canada and allies, years of reliance on U.S. has weakened their own defense capacity for scenarios such as this, Revier Vichy said. That was a warranted criticism towards Canada and the fact that we just don't invest as much in defense over the few decades. Now we need to step it up, she said. Well, yeah, less money for free medical, and now you need to defend yourself. America's not going to defend you no more. In June, Canada joined other NATO countries in pledging 5% of its budget on defense spending by 2035. A large segment of that is likely to go towards strengthening Canada's capacity in the Arctic, Richard Patches said. So we're almost done. We're investing in our technical capacity to increase our whole domain situation awareness from the seabed to the space. We're investing in advanced technology and underwater technology so we can actually monitor the region and know what's happening, she said. Denmark said Trump claims of imminent threat against Greenland from Russia and China are not accurate, saying that the region is crawling with Chinese and Russian ships is not just a reflective, it's just not reflective of reality. Revered Piché said. The possibility of military confrontation in Greenland is extremely remote, but not zero, Covey said. He admitted that it's coveted by those damn commies and Soviet Union. Rationally, a military confrontation in Greenland between NATO allies should be unthinkable, but the Trump administration has already demonstrated it's willing to act in a very unpredictable manner, she said. And I conclude. Thank you very much, guys.
There you go.
You know, man, these Canadians are just getting in our way, aren't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And they're trying to, and they're fucking, the globalists are gonna they want China and Canada to be friends, dude. I mean, you understand that, right?
Yeah, let it work. I'm telling you, Canada has become a communist state already, if you ask me. Got them commies over there.
Next, I want to read a little bit, John, if John's back.
But can we get a reaction of what I read just before? Anyone has any opinion on the reading? Was I good? Can I improve in my delivery? Did you like my narration? My commentaries?
I liked it, bro. It was good.
Joanna? Joanna? Jordan? Okay, fuck you then.
I don't know what happened. I liked it, bro. It was good.
Thank you, thank you.
I was distracted. I apologize.
Yeah, I'm offended.
I think we got to have that discussion later on, Thursday, really about this whole, Canada and China trying to cozy up shit, dude. I mean, that's a mistake for them.
Aren't there any Canadians on here? Hello? Hello?
Yeah, they love coming to our place all the time, so.
Yeah, there's lots of Canadians on Clubhouse, but maybe not in this room right now.
We're infested. Hollywood is infested by Canadians. Like, they all up in our business. Probably say things of politics,
We live mentally in their heads.
I think so.
Only in their heads. I live in the Midwest. They're invisible here. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe.
I thought you were another Joanna. I'm so sorry I was calling you all here.
That's all right. I'm used to it. People don't like smart white women.
Yeah, well, there's not a many, so you're right.
How are you, Mountain?
I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good. I recognize you from other rooms.
Oh, nice. Just hanging out, you know.
Mountain's the only guy going around Clubhouse defending the U.S. interests. Everyone's just like sitting back, oh yeah, whatever, smoking some blood, drinking alcohol, nobody cares.
Fine, here. Hey, don't go there, bud. We will have a debate.
I'm serious though. Like, I mean, it's kind of puny that Americans aren't defending. I mean, like they just literally, a lot of people just can't, dude. It's fucking.
Moderates, my word. I won't try to control our minds here. Content that we read for 3 to 10 minutes. This is an experiment. Thank you all for already contributing. Joanna, is there something you could read to us for 1 to 3 minutes?
No, I'm not playing right now. I can't.
Music, you didn't say anything about Mike. I read, man. Mike, I participated. You didn't say thank you, man.
Sir, it's been recorded. Replays are on. Excellent submission. Extremely informing. Wonderful. Transcendent almost. Fantastic.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna keep. This is a good way. Maybe I'll start a podcast at some point in the future.
I have an idea for you. Oh, sir.
Yes, what, Joanna?
I was gonna say I have an idea for a great podcast. You can buy a book online, or I think you can get it for free. It's called "Who Will Tell the People." Pretty good read. Pretty helpful.
Yeah, Cindy, you want to talk about that, bro? I want to talk about that.
Yeah, I'll send it. I'll post it here if I can find it.
Yeah, I got the equipment. I got everything ready. I think I have the future of podcasting.
Okay, chickens to the hatch. What do you think, Black? What do you think, Bane? Music? AI? What do you think?
Hello?
I'm a vegetarian. I don't eat chicken. Speaking
Pepe in the house!
musician, I don't eat meat. I'm a vegetarian vegan, so I don't know why you would say such disgusting things.
We're going to show the love. You're on my podcast. I want to thank you for your submission. It's been recorded. It's in the record books now. Excellent work. Your tongue still works. Your brain still works. This room will not tolerate mockery. And I want to say that we're going to keep it ultra professional because mockery will not be tolerated.
Is that music?
Music? Music?
Music in your soul.
Also, so in this house, Clown House Mockery, making fun of you, there's 3 things we do here. 1 is we read to each other. 2 is we play music. And 3 is we, have conversation. But the number 2 rules in this house is reading to each other and playing music to each other. And then number 3 will be, the 3-card trick. You can pick whatever you want. But does everybody agree to the rules of the house?
Yeah, the only thing is I'd add that we could add materials. I want to add the book so you guys can read it, but I can't.
Oh, okay. Let me put, can't you pin it to the top of the room?
Well, I'll try.
Let me try to, I added the room chat back in, so there's just so much spam on this app that, it's just, there's a lot of, like, these stupid spam accounts that push out scams and spams.
Yep, I added the book.
Pick a number 1 through 10. Joanna or Tassin. Pick a number 1 through 10 on a page. And I'm going to read you from the sayings of the Buddha. Okay, this is called the Arahant. There is no burning for him who has completed the journey, who is free of sorrows and all else, and who has broken off all chains. The mindful put forth great effort. They do not remain content in the household life, but leave their homes behind, just as swans leave a muddy lake. Arahants do not hoard. They take a right view of eating, focused on deliverance and void. They leave no trace like the path of birds in the sky. He who is free from obsessions, eating simply, clear-headed and focused on liberation, like a migrating bird, leaves no trace of track in the sky. Even the gods delight in the presence of one who has freed himself from pride and mental obsessions, who has his senses under control, like horses trained by an expert trainer, done with a round of rebirths. He is accepting as the earth, as firm as a doorpost. Placing as a bond free of mud and dutiful. Whoever has reached the state of freedom through perfect wisdom, peaceful and unshakable, is not violent in his mind, his speech, his action. Whoever is in touch with the infinite, free of attachment, desireless is the highest among men. Delightful is the place where saints dwell, be it village or forest, cavern or open field. Delightful are forests where more worldly men find no joy. Delightful are forests where worldly men find no joy, being free of all desire. Saints who seek no worldly pleasures find delight in such places. Welcome, babyface, to the show.
What's going down, y'all? How y'all doing?
We chilling like I'm feeling. How you feeling?
I'm feeling decent, man.
Funny with the money? Oh, you got me mistaken, honey? I don't want to rape you. I just want the paper. The visa, capisce? I'm not like the paper. Who's the head honcho? Slick, like cool macho. Clubhouse mockery, making fun of you. Are you ready to get made fun of?
Who?
You, Bareface.
I bet, man. Yeah, man. I'm down with it, man. Let's play chess, man.
Okay, give us some lyrics that we're gonna create you a Babyface song.
I got a few babyface songs. I don't know what to say. We gotta create some new shit, dog. Let's go with. We gonna start with some shit.
Your groove is on the way. You've said too much. William Taz, welcome to the room. Come on up and show us what you got. This is Congressman Mockery. Starring you.
Had to cut my young hoe off to my natural girlfriend day.
Ooh, we both show while my friend is here. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam. Asher tishma mitzvotah etziva.
I said, taking over, they show him since the 9.
Here you go, Babyface. This is your song called Memory. This is a proprietary copyright song just for you, Babyface. This is Clownhouse Mockery starring you, Babyface.
Productions brought to you by Babyface. Babyface, this is a good time to invite people to the room. You're on the inside of the joke now, Babyface. Start inviting all your friends to Babyface. What's my kid? Come on, baby.
I left.
Okay, those Babyface songs are actually really good. Babyface is a good name. It is very hypnotizing looking at a Babyface. So, my friend, welcome to the show. This is Clubhouse Mockery, making fun of you. King, come on up and show us what you got.
Now, what happened to Babyface?
Babyface probably had to go pamper his Babyface. Did you hear the new During the Hood opera song? Okay, Zach, in this room, we have two rules. One is you can read anything for 3 to 10 minutes, and then number 2 is you can play music, and number 3 is the 3-card mommy. You can pick whatever you want. Try to focus the mind on 3 topics here. Music, information transfer, or show us what you got.
Wait, what is option 3?
Show us what you got. You can do or say whatever you want for 3 to 10 minutes.
Oh, it's like a fresh 5.
There you go.
Okay.
Except Uncle Steve is in here to just yell before you try to get the fresh 5.
All right. Well, would tell you probably you should take the deepest breath of the day. Take the deepest breath that you've taken all day. I got a really good pickle here from the deli.
Okay, we could do that song. You want to do? I got a really good pickle here from the deli.
Yeah, make it like a klezmer Jewish song. I got a pickle from the deli. I'm not much wisdom.
Okay, well, that's good. People say that Bernie Sanders is a complete and total walking sack of human shit. But some people say he's actually a pickle farmer. And I gotta say, I've never personally grown a pickle. But here it comes from a cucumber. And if you look at the word cucumber, guess what you get? The Deli Pickle Song. Brought to you by my friend, Transfer.
Walking for a sandwich, walked out with the dream. Little bus our kingdom song. Garlic and steam, old man with gowns. Like you're in luck, pull one from the barrel, said kid. This is the good stuff. I got a really good pickle from the deli. Right there in my face. Take another bite. Tastes like this right now tonight. Some chicks go like chicks covered in a barrel. Cold when the world feels heavy. Skins thick like steak one bite. Everything clicks. I got a really good pickle from the deli.
screenshot a bunch of pickles, or you could do a pickle video. I mean, it's to turn this into a video is super easy, but like to animate it, at length, that's still a challenge. But anyways, what are you doing the rest of your Shabbos? It's not 12:52 here on Saturday.
Yeah, it's snowing here. I went to jiu-jitsu and I got smacked by my friend who's a string bean, much skinnier than me, little string bean, little F word, but he still beat me at jiu-jitsu because he's better at jiu-jitsu than me. But then I did driving lesson.
Wow. Got your ass whooped, and then you had to go sit with Miss Daisy.
Right, exactly. Right, Miss Daisy.
Well, do you have anything good you can read us for 3 to 10 minutes in the hot house?
I could read a little bit more about transformation.
Please proceed.
We wish to change and be transformed. We wish to make our lives as full and as useful as possible and to find and advise our own destiny. All these wish their place in all of us. They are there because it is an ideal. All religions and all teachings agree that there is an ideal or perfect man. This perfection is not our own invention. The desire for it is part of our nature. Children look for it in their parents. As they grow older, the universal and objective, even if they reject religion and refuse to associate the ideal man with God, the ideal still remains. We cannot live without it. The most distorted and horrible ideal is still, for the man who longs for it, his ideal. And he must try to reach it, whether he wishes or not. We have all kinds of other wishes unconnected with the ideal. Even when we're pursuing it, we are incessantly distracted in body, feelings, and mind. There's no stable unity in us that can wish always and in all states and conditions for the same thing. It is thus obvious to us all that we have in us a conflict of wishes. In the ordinary way, we shift from one wish to another according to what happens and attract our attention or according to the habits and behaviors we have formed. So long as life goes on in this way, the various impulses neutralize one another and we get nowhere. Or rather, we drift imperceptibly towards the gradual weakening of all wishes, which is the mark of growing old. When all wishes are feeble, we drift towards death. This should be understood by everyone, and probably is, but not knowing what to do about it, most people close their minds to the situation and excuse themselves by blaming their circumstances. And yet, what is really required is very simple. One must organize a struggle of desires or impulses. We have some power of choice, not perhaps as free as we imagine, and yet sufficient to organize the struggle of yes and no. For example, everyone can find in himself or herself inner attitudes of mind and outer habits of behavior that are contrary to their own ideal. He can ask himself if he wishes to keep or to be free from one or another of these. Out of this self-questioning can come a decision to struggle with the attitude or habit he has examined. This simple example illustrates what is meant by struggle. Struggle is possible because we are not one whole. One part of us can struggle with another, but only on condition of being aware of inward separation. This can be experienced very simply in relation to our own bodies. We usually say, I'm tired, when it's obviously correct to say, my body is tired. Perhaps I'm not tired at all. If so, I am separate from my body. I can then say to my body, hey, you may be tired, but I want you to do this. A struggle may follow, and out of struggle, the body may obey me. The same kind of situation can arise in thousands of ways. Together, these form the second great source from which the process of transformation is kept going. Struggle with oneself can also be called self-discipline or work on oneself. It can apply to body, feelings, and mind, or to all three together. It can be on different levels of understanding and intensity. At this point, I'm concerned only to explain the basic principle that struggle depends on our being conscious within ourselves of the separation of yes and no. Only when we are conscious of this separation can we make it choice between the two.
Okay, excellent submission.
still in circles, they don't wanna stop. Hey, Craig, this babe will be cute now.
Was kind of crazy, but I guess I just follow anybody.
Well, you really can't fuck with me because that's on your mother's life, motherfucker. I just want to quote Big Loud say, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, big up, 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 big up. I'm sorry to interrupt, baby girl. Can you take 1 second? I'm sorry for this. It's not gonna take long. Craig, I rock with you. Like, what the fucking heliante? Oh my goodness, we did you know I'm born in Canada. Oh yeah, big up. Like, what the fuck shit fuck? Like, seriously. Anyway, hello. Hey everybody. How's everybody's day going? I hope everybody's having a great day, motherfucking, you know, hey girl.
I feel alright. Tablecloth, because I'm not accordion, laughing too soft. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a really good nigga from the inside of my cradle. Obviously, prayers, sesame prayers, all our stories and every taste. I got a really good nigga, hey, you're something to the table. Every little wrong, every little vibe makes the whole world feel alright. Salt on my fingers, tears in my eyes. How did a circle hold so many lives? Just take one more bite, pass one more plate. We're late for everything, it still tastes great. I got everything bagel from the head of my cradle. Music prayers, sesame grace, all our stories and every taste. I got really good everything bagel. Hey, it's like I'm sitting at a table. Every little wrong, every little bite keeps every goodbye. Man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch and mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will love as he will, where and with whom he will. Man has a right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. The law of the strong. This is our law and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. The rights of man, Master Therian, Frater, Putter, Albo, Alistair Crowley, the Master, Alistair Crowley. Man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he
voted for Obama again if it was possible, changed over to the Trump side?
100% dedicated Republican. If you look at Trump's base, generation base is Gen X. Many people don't know that these old. And without them, Trump couldn't win a day. A lot of these people were Obama voters. That was the insight of the great film Get Out. I would vote for Obama a third time. I bet you would as you're about to enslave me.
I mean, look at Ohio and Iowa. I mean, look at what happened to those states. Those people. Indiana.
What up, new, huh?
Something you grew. Uncle tells the same joke we've all heard before. We groan, we smile, we ask for more. I got a real living nigga from the head of my cradle. Always eat bread, sesame grace, all our stories and every taste. I got a real living nigga, hey, he's like sitting at the table. Every little crumb, every little bite makes the whole world feel alright. Tears in my eyes, how did a circle hold so many lives? Just take one more bite, that's one more plate, we're late for it. And it still tastes great. I got a really good everything bagel from the head of my cradle. Boxy bread, sesame grits, all our stories and every taste. I got a really good everything bagel, hey, it's up to the table. Every little wrong, every little bite, beats every good bite.
It's Operation Maximum Cringe.
Germany got destroyed too, but look what the West did, and look what the East did. The West was way better, you know. So, and the East was truly underdeveloped, you know. But that's a fun part. Imagine Eastern German, Western German. You got a wall. What's interesting, the wall doesn't separate Germany. Actually, the wall just is in Berlin.
I
thought it separates Germany from East and West. No, it's a wall just in Berlin. You know, it's like
it is a wall in Berlin. It's representative.
Because the city itself, Berlin is split in two. So you got the Germany being split in two, and then you got Berlin split in two. So the wall is just in Berlin.
You're seeing the Berlin. You're seeing poor Berlin and rich Berlin separated.
Yeah, it's funny. I wonder how many people kind of smuggled on the other side, or I know the Russian wouldn't allow it. So it's just.
It's not that long. It's not that hard.
That's what I understand. Why don't people go? If you feel like you're better here, look, let people go. But why don't you let people go? You know what I mean? Let them.
That's what I think. Like, it is not a secure world. And I used to pass by for like 6 months almost every day. And I have good memories of that world. I mean, I met so many people, like tourists who would come from like stuff in there. So many picture-taking sessions. But it's just not impressive. I don't think it is meant to be impressive. It's meant to be secure. But easily, like, I can see people smuggling.
It's how the Germans themselves ruled East.
substance of the stream is the moving of my feeling. Inferior nature, glittering skin on something deeper, never ending. Wherein I see images and miracles of me. These be all things and creatures, gray and psychedelic waves, fractal temples in the heartbeat, blooming, breaking, born again to fade. Every star, every stranger, just like this in a different eternal water on the eye inside the sky under my regard. The streaming all the colors, all the faces, flowing fingers, living die, primal will, eternal water, on the eye, behind the eye.
Murder is nothing more than political theater, and it's nothing more than fake news and spam and suggestion.
This is so weird, man. I'm trying to results in the world.
Thy creator.
Very good.
In the days of thy youth, you laughed at every warning, and still you loved the truth. You wrote it in the margin of some forgotten page to keep me in vivid remembrance while you hurried through your age. Ghetto jazz, carry me over from city to city, from dust to desire, through desert wastes of the everyday, to one small sip from the hidden fire. My days shall be long if I subtle principle, quiet and true. Mine inferior nature, darling, is the bond between my bones and yours. keeps my feet in the gravel while my heart slips through secret doors. I stumble over my but I still hum that old thing to unite thyself with life eternal in every cheap cafe and train. Is it faith or just affection? When I lean into either way, your ancient letters set my tired pulse aflame. Yellow jazz carry me over from city to city, from thirst to the well, through dry advice and polished lies to that one blue note I can never spell. My days shall be long if I ride with you. Subtle principle, quiet and true.
Because what we're seeing is
you bring a man safe through desert wastes, or leave him there, I suppose. It's all in how he holds the reins and how loosely his fingers breathe out as close. So count to 4, sing through the floor, silver cord, at your core, so inhale, thoughts turn pale, you are more in the day. Hey, yourself, hey, I got it in my green
been staring at the blank page for so long. And every word that I write down is so wrong. And I don't know what the fuck is going on. I can't seem to get this one right. I've been trying to make it cool, but every song I write, it sucks. And I don't wanna tell you, but I ain't got no soul. No soul. I've been driving on the wrong side of the road, and I'm starting to lose control. 'Cause all I wanna do is be on the stage, and I've got nothing to show for it. I've been trying to make it cool, but every song I write, it sucks. And I don't wanna tell you this, but I ain't got no soul. No soul. I ain't got no soul. No soul.
It's what I mean.
Because when we're
My friend the trash bag is here. My friend the trash bag, welcome. You know a thing or two about trans. Welcome to LGBTQ CRT BLM DEI Yoga Feminist Trans Democrats Gays Only. We are a Democrat vote organizing association dedicated to getting Democrat votes. Welcome to my room, my friend. Hello?
Yes, yes, thank you. I don't want to. Thank you.
Yeah, you're supposed to say no thanks. You know how that works? You say no thanks. You know how to say no thanks? No thanks.
Father? Yeah, I'm done with this rounding up. I'm not rounding up anymore. No more rounding up. Sick of rounding up.
No thanks.
I don't want to round up.
No thanks.
The leftist people are like so snarky. Maybe they're just trying to be funny. But she said, "Do you want to round up?" And I said, "I don't want to." And she said, "Good news. You don't have to."
All you gotta say is no thanks. What's the problem with no thanks?
No thanks. You got snow there?
Yeah, but nothing major.
It's snowing now. I'm driving in the blizzard. In a blizzard.
You know, my uncle eventually moved to Florida. He said I should have moved down here to begin with.
CRT, BLM, LGBTQ.
DEI. Okay, this is some
That would
music.
be a good Suno song. Have you experimented with singing into Suno? Have you tried that yet?
Like audio to text?
Well, you know that in Suno there's two ways to give a prompt.
Yeah.
You can give a prompt by typing, which is the way that you've been doing it, or you can click the button over and then you can just record your voice. Have you done this yet?
No.
Do you even know that you could do this?
No, let me see.
So go to Suno and you can click over and then you can sing the following. You can sing BLM, DEI, LGBTQ.
Maybe give me
And
a,
it will expand. It will expand and build an entire song out of 8 seconds that you have hummed.
do you have an Apple?
Yeah.
Okay, so I think because I'm using Motorola or Android, it's possible that I can't do that with my Suno. But our Everything Bagel Blessing song is a hit already in the klezmer circles on the Northeast and the Southwest and the Southeast. Congratulations, my friend. We got a klezmer hit. This is called Everything Bagel Blessing by Ezekiel Zachariah klezmer band. Let's cancel.
trillion in sites. Infrastructure, 1.2 trillion. Infrastructure, what? His waist up, he looked like glowing metal. Is it full of fire? And then from there down, he looked. And then from a figure like that of a man, I saw that from what appeared to be.
Now I just don't really give a fuck to you. Why? Because you're a nobody, and you're most likely probably just looking for clout off of me. Now I just don't really.
What's wrong? Process. Flights. American rap. What's wrong? I've been so many places.
Well, there's a large percentage of people on the app that actually don't speak that often. They're mainly listening.
True, but those listening people would like at least have, I don't know, come with their names or they could be identified as someone. But people who come anonymously, there's a creep element to it. Like a spy with no identity just lurking around recording stuff. Like that's the kind of image you get.
Imagine somebody so weird that they would record people talking about unnecessary things all the time.
I think a clip of a spy would actually interact a little bit, so we don't spot them.
Says the Sufi.
His waist up, he looked like glowing metal, as if full of fire. And then from there down, he looked like fire, and brilliant light surrounded him.
You are here.
Are you defending homelessness still? So, do you take existence as a predicate?
Is it okay if I don't engage with those? Oh, there, you have your boy Regal.
Yeah, can existence be a predicate, Regal?
I don't know. What are you predicating existence on?
What it means to be a woman, to be more inclusive of males who identify as women. What's interesting, what we're hearing in these clips that have been coming out, the 3 female liberal justices seemingly
Peace. Show me the number 3 Jews are around the conviction himself that the Lord was not appeared to Abraham is a pre-incarnate Messiah. It's a pre-incarnate.
Now you want, do you say you want a non-Jewish Trinitarian scholar? Good point. Listen, let me finish my point and then you can go, no problem. Because he's gonna act like I didn't say it.
Listen, I realize that what I'm saying doesn't add up, right? You have to add up growth.
What you're saying doesn't add up isn't a surprise. We know that everything you say doesn't add up. TDS10, you get the Trump arrangement syndrome, man.
Forget about it in my damn self, but we got that band about it and the rest of it. But hey, matter of fact, John, get down. You get down, get down.
Yeah, master. Hello, I have a question for you, Benjamin, about the atheist perspective.
Atheist perspective.
I was thinking about leaving atheism. Do you have any pointers?
Do you think about leaving atheism and just becoming an atheist?
No, I'm thinking about leaving atheism and becoming a theist.
Well, I definitely think you should leave. So that's what we agree.
Adopted, but the sleight of men and cunning craftiness, whereby they lie in wait to deceive.
So the reason why
being sent our prophet and evangelist, pastor and deacon, our pastor and teacher. These were the body of Christ is a collective of people that are walking in the expert in Christ's ministry. Together we are one man, one Sam. That's why the pastor not greater than the evangelist. I suggest people go to churches with people.
Hey, brother. Is that it's not referring to the exact sunlight, daylight of a physical, literal death, because Adam lived 900 and some odd years. That's more than the day that they were in. Yeah. So obviously it's not talking about a day of a sun moon day. It ain't talking about that. It's talking about a day with God.
منو گرفت تفسیر کرمه بود یا اون که نگرفته بود نه باید بدونی که در دیگه کار نکنی اتفاقا اون میگه میخواد احساسات شما جریان دار کنه من اصلا وارد این جریان نمیشم تا این وارد شدم بیشتر از این چون همون ورودش هم خودش
I just want to quote Erica Kirk and say, "Good shadows."
John Kitover or something.
Evidence. I'm asking you. You know, the United States Supreme Court just heard.
Man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wishes, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch and mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will love as he will, when, where, and with whom he will. Man has a right to kill those who will thwart these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love under will. The law of the strong. This is our law. And the joy of the world. To the will shall be the whole of the Lord. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. To that no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. The rights of man, master, Therian, trader, Perabo, Alistair Crowley. Alistair Crowley, the master, Alistair Crowley. shall save me. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. The rights of man, master, the enter, Crowley, the master, Alistair Crowley. Man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch and mold, build as he will, to dress as he will. Man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will of love as he will, when, where, and with whom he will. Man has the right to kill those who would want these rights. The slave shall serve. Love is the law. Love underway. The law of the strong. This is our law, and the joy of the world. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. Thou hast no right but to do thy will. Do that and no other shall say nay. Every man and every woman is a star. There is no God but man. The rights of man, master, theory, and fatal. Bravo, Alistair Crowley. Alistair Crowley, the master, Alistair Crowley. Carthage, though a commercial republic, was the aggressor in the very war that ended in her destruction. Hannibal had carried her arms into the heart of Italy, to the gates of Rome before Scipio returned. Gave him an overthrow in the territories of Carthage, and made a conquest of the Commonwealth. Venice in later times figured more than once in wars of ambition, till becoming an object of the Italian states. Pope Julius too found means to accomplish that formidable line which gave a deadly blow to the power and pride of this haughty republic. The provinces of Holland, till they were overwhelmed in debts and taxes, took a leading and conspicuous part in the wars of Europe. They had furious contests with England for the dominion of the sea, and were among the most persevering and most implacable of the opponents of Louis XIV. In the bonds of Britain, the representatives of the people compose one branch of the national legislature. Commerce has been for ages the predominant pursuit of that country. Few nations, nevertheless, have been more frequently engaged in war. And the wars in which that kingdom has been engaged have, in numerous instances, proceeded from the people. There have been, if I may say so express it almost as many popular as royal wars. The cries of the nation and the opportunities of their representatives upon various occasions drag their monarchs into war or continued the minute, contrary to their inclination. Sometimes contrary to the real interest of the state. In that memorable struggle for superiority between the rival houses of Austria and Barbie, which so long kept Europe in a flame, it is well known that the antipathies of the English against the French, seconding the ambition, or rather the avarice, of a favorite leader, then protracted the war beyond the limits marked out by sound policy, and for considerable time in opposition to the views of the court. The wars of these two last mentioned nations have in a great measure grown out of commercial considerations, the desire of supplanting and the fear of being supplanted, either in particular branches of traffic or in the general advantages of trade and navigation. From this summary of what has taken place in other countries, whose situations are more than nearest resemblance to our own, what reason can we have to confide in those reveries, which would seduce us into an expectation of peace, and cordiality between the members of the present Confederacy in a state of separation? Have we not already seen enough of the fallacy and extravagance of those idle theories which have amused us with promises of an exemption from the imperfections, weaknesses, and evils incident to society in every shape? Is it not time to awake from the deceitful dream of a golden age and to adopt as a practical maxim for the direction of our political conduct that we, as well as the other inhabitants of the globe, perfect virtue? Let the point of extreme depression to which our national dignity and credit have sunk, let the inconveniences felt everywhere from a lax and ill administration of government, let the revolt of a part of the state of North Carolina, the late menacing disturbances in Pennsylvania, and the actual insurrections and rebellions in Massachusetts declared.
I need to be free of those telling me what to do in order to attain my real fulfillment. If I suppress my sensual impulses and seem to be answered. Seem to be answered. So what is the use of praying? My conscience is the only guide I need. As long as I am at peace with my conscience, I need not worry. Even in some of my decisions, oh, I'm away with the teachings of the church and so on without end is the cleverness of the evil one in exploiting our weaknesses, our likes and dislikes. I need to be free of those telling me what to do in order to attain my real fulfillment. If I suppress my sensual impulses and urges, I made it on to my natural development. I am a mature person. I can read whatever I wish. Watch whatever kind of TV program or movies I wish. It doesn't affect me at all if I always say no to others in regard to sex or drugs or alcohol. I will never be accepted by others. I will never have any friends. I don't need perfection. I haven't any graces. And besides, if I stay away more, there will be less tension. Everything confession. My prayers don't seem to be answered. Seem to be answered. So what is the use of praying? My conscience is the only guide I need. As long as I am at peace with my conscience, I need not worry. Even if some of my decisions are about the edge. And besides, to the tricks to the edge. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold for 10 seconds, 10, 9, 11, 10, 9, 9. Hold, 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 let it go, 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 go. My little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby, Santa baby, oh my little Santa baby. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas, Merry Merry Christmas. Take the deepest breath of the day and night. Hold, 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 let once an efficient national government is established, the best men in the country will not only consent to serve, but also will generally be appointed to manage it. For although town or country or other contracted influence may place men in state assemblies or senates or courts of justice or executive departments, yet more general and extensive reputation for talents and other qualifications will be necessary to recommend men to offices under the national government, especially as it will have the widest field for choice and never experience that want of proper persons, which is not uncommon with some of the state's heads. It will result that the administration, the political councils, and the judicial decisions of the national government will be more wise, systematical, and judicious than those of individual states, and consequently more satisfactory with respect to other nations, as well as more safe with respect to us. Because under the national government, treaties and articles of treaties, as well as the laws of nations, will always be expounded in one sense and executed in the same manner. Whereas adjudications on the same points and questions in 3 or 4 confederacies will not always accord and be consistent, and that, as well from the variety of independent courts and judges appointed by different and independent governments, as from the different local laws and interests which may affect and influence them. The wisdom of the convention in committing such questions to a jurisdiction judgment of courts appointed by and responsible only to one national government cannot be too much amended, because the prospect of present loss or advantage may often tempt the governing party in 1 or 2 states to swerve from good faith and justice, those temptations not reaching the other states, and consequently having little or no influence on the national government. Temptation will be fruitless and good faith and justice be preserved if the keys of treaty of peace wherein that great weight to this reasoning, because even if the governing party in a state should be disposed to resist such temptations, yet as such temptations may and commonly do result from circumstances peculiar to the state, and may affect a great number of the inhabitants. The governing party may not always be able, if willing, to prevent the injustice meditated, or to punish the aggressors. But the national government
suppress faction and to guard the internal tranquility of states, was to increase their external force and secure that great man expressed in another part of his work. Nor have I adverted to the consequences of the principle to which they subscribe with such ready acquiescence. When Montesquieu recommends a small extent for republics, the standards he had in view were of dimensions far short of the limits of almost every one of these states. Virginia, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, New York, North Carolina, nor Georgia can by any means be compared with the models from which he reasoned and to which the terms of his description apply. If we therefore take his ideas on this point as the criterion of truth, we shall be driven to the alternative either of taking refuge at once in the arms of monarchy, or of splitting ourselves into an infinity of little jealous, clashing, tumultuous commonwealths, the wretched nurseries of unceasing discord, and the miserable objects of universal pity or contempt. Some of the writers who have come forward on the other side of the question seem to have been aware of the dilemma and have even been bold enough to hint at the division of the larger states as a desirable thing. Such an infatuated policy, such a desperate expedient might, by the multiplication of petty offices, answer the views of men who possess not qualifications to extend their influence beyond the narrow circles of personal intrigue. But it could never promote the greatness or happiness of the people of America.
In the wide field of Western territory, therefore, we perceive an ample theatre for hostile contention, without any umpire or common judge to interpose between the contending parties. To reason from the past to the future, we shall have good ground to apprehend that the sword would sometimes be appealed to as the arbiter of their differences. The circumstances of the dispute between Connecticut and Pennsylvania respecting the land at Wyoming admonish us not to be sanguine in expecting an easy accommodation of such differences. The Articles of Confederation oblige the parties to submit the matter to the decision of a federal court. The submission was made, and the court decided in favor of Pennsylvania. But Connecticut gave strong indications of dissatisfaction with that determination, nor did she appear to be entirely resigned to it, till, by negotiation and management, something like an equivalent was found for the loss she supposed herself to have sustained. Nothing here said is intended to convey the slightest censure on the conduct of that state. She no doubt sincerely believed herself to have been injured by the disadvantage. Those who had an opportunity of seeing the inside of the transactions which attended the progress of the controversy between the state and the District of Vermont can vouch the opposition we experienced, as well from states not interested as from those which were interested in the Curtin's rights by force. Two motives preponderated in that opposition. One, a jealousy entertained of our future power, till alarmed by the appearance of a connection between Canada and that state, entered deeply into the same views. These being small states, which would be likely to embroil the states with each other. If it should be there, should be likely to embroil the states with each other. If it should be their unpropitious destiny to become disunited. The competitions of commerce would be a fruitful source of contention. The states less favorably circumstanced would be desirous of escaping from the disadvantages of local situations and of sharing in the advantages of their more fortunate neighbors. Each state or separate confederacy would pursue a system of commercial policy peculiar to itself. This would occasion distinctions, preferences, and exclusions which would beget discontent. The habits of intercourse on the basis of which were in reality the justifiable acts of independent, Slavarian, disconsulting, and distant interest, the spirit of enterprise.
pay much respect to those trade by which particular states might endeavor to secure exclusive benefits to their own citizens. The infractions utility of Confederacy as well too, so not a new idea. It has been practiced upon in different countries and ages, and has received the sanction of the most approved writers. On the subject of politics, the opponents of the plan proposed have, with great assiduity, cited and circulated the observations of Montesquieu on the to which they subscribe with such ready acquiescence. The standards he had in view were of dimensions far short of the limits of almost every one of these states. Not Virginia, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, New York, North Carolina, nor Georgia can by any means be compared with the models for which he reasoned and to which the terms of his description apply. If we therefore take his ideas on this point as the criterion of truth, we shall be driven to the alternative, either on taking refuge at once in the arms of monarchy, or splitting ourselves in two, and infinity of little jealous, clashing, tumultuous commonwealths, the wretched nurseries of unceasing discord, and the miserable objects of universal pity or contempt. Some of the writers who have come forward on the other side of the question seem to have been aware of the dilemma, and have even been bold enough to hint at the division of the larger states as a desirable thing. Such an infatuated policy, such a desperate expedient might, by the multiplication of petty offices, answer the views of men who possess not qualifications to extend their influence beyond the narrow circles of personal intrigue. But it could never promote the greatness or happiness of the people of America. Federalist No. 7. The same subject continued, concerning dangers from dissensions between the states. For the Independent Journal, Alexander Hamilton. To the people of the state of New York, it is sometimes asked, with an air of seeming triumph, what inducements could the states have, if disunited, to make war upon each other? It would be a full answer to this question to say, precisely the same inducements which have at different times deluged in blood all the nations in the world. But unfortunately for us, the question admits of a more particular answer. There are causes of differences within our immediate contemplation, of the tendency of which, even under the restraints of a federal constitution, we have had sufficient experience to enable us to form a judgment of what might be expected if those restraints were removed. Territorial disputes have at all times been found one of the most fertile sources of hostility among nations. Perhaps the greatest portion of war cause would exist among us in full force. We have a vast tract of unsettled territory within the boundaries of the United States. There still are discordant and undecided claims between several of them, and the dissolution of the Union would lay a foundation for similar claims between them all. It is well known that they have here before had serious and animated discussion concerning the rights to the lands which were ungranted at the time of the Revolution, and which usually went under the name of Crown lands. The states within the limits of whose colonial governments they were comprised have claimed them as their property. The others have contended that the rights of the Crown in this article devolved upon the Union, especially as to all that part of the Western Territory which, either by actual possession or through the submission of the Indian proprietors, was subjected to the jurisdiction of the King of Great Britain, till it was relinquished in the Treaty of Peace. This, it has been said, was at all events an acquisition to the Confederacy by compact with a foreign power. It has been the prudent policy of Congress to appease this controversy by prevailing upon the states to make cessions to the United States for the benefit of the whole. This has been so far accomplished as, under a continuation of the Union, to afford a decided prospect of an amicable termination of the dispute. A dismemberment of the Confederacy, however, would revive this dispute and would create others on the same subject. At present, a large part of the vacant Western Territory is, by cession at least, if not by any anterior right, the common property of the Union. That were at an end, the states which made the cession on a principle of federal compromise would be apt when the motive of the grant had ceased to reclaim the lands as a reversion. The other states would no doubt insist on a proportion by right of representation. Their argument would be that a grant once made could not be revoked, and that the justice of participating in territory acquired or secured by the joint efforts of the Confederacy remained undiminished. If, contrary to probability, it should be admitted by all the states that each had a right to a share of this common stock, there would still be a difficulty to be surmounted as to a proper rule of apportionment. Different principles would be set up by different states for this purpose, and as they would affect the opposite interests of the parties, they might not easily be susceptible of a pacific adjustment. To the people of the state of New York, it is not a new observation that the people of any country, if like the Americans intelligent and well-informed, and steadily persevere for many years in an erroneous opinion respecting their interests, the consideration naturally tends to create great respect for the high opinion which the people of America have so long and uniformly entertained of the importance of their continuing firmly united under one federal government vested with sufficient powers for all general and national purposes. The more attentively I consider and investigate the reasons which appear to have given birth to this opinion, the more I become convinced that they are cogent and conclusive. Among the many objects to which a wise and free people find it necessary to direct their attention, that of providing for their safety seems to be the first due to those who wish to define it precisely and comprehensively. At present, I mean only to consider it as it respects security for the preservation of peace and tranquility, as well as against dangers from foreign arms and influence, as from dangers of the like kind arising from domestic causes, as the former of these comes first in order, and hostilities from abroad. The number of wars which have happened or will happen in the world will always be found to be in proportion to the number and weight of the causes uniting America caused by sunny America, for if it should turn out that united America will probably give the fewest, and it will follow that in its respect the Union tends most to preserve the people. continually agitated, and in the rapid succession of revolutions by which they were kept in a state of perpetual vibration between of tyranny and anarchy. If they exhibit occasional calms, these only serve as short-lived contrasts to the furious storms that are to succeed. If now and then intervals of felicity open to view, we behold them with a mixture of regret and rising the pleasing scenes before us are soon to be overwhelmed by the tempestuous waves of sedition and party rage. Momentary rays of glory break forth from the gloom while they dazzle us with a transient and fleeting brilliancy. They at the same time admonish us to lament that the vices of government should pervert the direction and tarnish the luster of those bright talents and exalted endowments for which the favored soils that produce them have been so justly celebrated. From the disorders that disfigure the annals of those republics, the advocates of despotism have drawn arguments, not only against the forms of republican government, but against the very principles of civil liberty. They have decried all free government as inconsistent with the order of society and have indulged themselves in malicious exultation over its friends and partisans happily for mankind. Stupendous fabrics reared on the basis of liberty, which flourished for ages have, and a few glorious instances refuted their gloomy sophisms, and I trust America will be the broad and solid foundation of other edifices, not less magnificent, which will be equally permanent monuments of their errors. But it is not to be denied that the portraits they have sketched of Republican government were true just copies of the originals from which they were taken. If it had been found impractical to have devised models of a more perfect structure, the enlightened friends to liberty would applied science of politics, however, like most other sciences, has received great improvement. The efficacy of various principles is now well understood, which were either not known at all or imperfectly known to the ancients. The regular distribution of power into distinct departments, the introduction of legislative balances and checks, the institution of courts composed of judges holding their offices during good behavior. These are wholly new discoveries, or made their principal progress towards perfection in modern times. Their means and powerful means by which the excellences of republican government may be retained and its imperfections lessened or avoided. This catalog of circumstances could tend to the amelioration of popular systems of civil government. I shall venture, however novel it may appear to some, to add one more on a principle which has been made the foundation of an objection to the new Constitution. I mean, the enlargement of the organs within which such systems are to revolve, either in respect to the it will, however, be of use to examine the principle of its application to a single state, which shall be attended to in another place. Dreams give information about the secrets of the inner life and reveal to the dreamer hidden factors of his personality.
My friends, it is wise to nourish the soul. Otherwise you will breed dragons and devils in your heart.
Hidden in our problems is a bit of still undeveloped personality, a precious fragment of the psyche. Without this, we face resignation, bitterness, and everything else that is hostile to life.
We should grow like a tree that likewise does not know its law. We tie ourselves up with intentions, not mindful of the fact that intention is the limitation, yes, the exclusion of life.
You do not have an inferior function. It has you.
For underlying all philosophies and all religions are the facts of the human soul, which may ultimately be the arbiters of truth and error.
Our biggest problems cannot be resolved. They must be outgrown.
The fool is the precursor to the savior. doubtful remedy, but generally not dangerous because it has so little effect.
Archetypal images decide the fate of man.
The underlying primary psychic reality is so inconceivably complex that it can be grasped only at the farthest reach of intuition, and then but very dimly. That is why it needs symbols.
Nobody is immune to a nationwide evil unless he is unshakably convinced of the danger of his own character being tainted by the same evil.
Life calls not for perfection, but for completeness.
To the scientific mind, such phenomena as symbolic ideas are most irritating because they cannot be formulated in a way that satisfies our intellect and logic.
What you call knowledge is an attempt to impose something comprehensible on life.
It is precisely the most subjective ideas which, being closest to nature and to the living being, deserve to be called the truest.
Just as we tend to assume that the world is as we see it, we naively suppose that the people are as we imagine them to be.
Only the complete person knows how unbearable man is to himself.
They're